It just means like their model of both has like some composition. Their model of can't do like just a drone for it.
Yeah, but every part is much short.
It's like, this is all we got. At that point, just like me, you know, just like that. We'll be back. Just tell us when it's not going to be scared. We're just right outside. It's going to be right outside.
Wait,
It's fine. Just, we're going to like knock it and lock this out.
Okay, so he has been located and he is on his way down. Woo!
He's the one that doesn't need the
He's already decided.
Yeah, I know.
Is there decision time? I didn't think there was a decision time with NDT. I don't think there is a decision time. They just decide when they decide. And that's it.
1 o'clock is so
Yeah.
it was like the normal tournament if you got October starting at 1 p.m. We were getting absolutely
That's, yeah, that's what happened last year. It ended like at 3 a.m. Serious. Dating at like 2 a.m.
They did take a while.
Very good on no.
All right.
Whatever. Just don't.
Fly in miles. That was one last round. I got that one wrong too.
just got real quiet.
My fault.
You're worth waiting for. Okay, bros. Everybody for it to be sent? Yeah?
For it to be sent?
It just sent.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Make sure I read this right. Okay. You all set?
We got it.
I got it. 1 second.
Awesome. Advantage towards China. Coal is essential to Chinese energy security. Balancing domestic pressure increases. Demand to tea. Gallon 17,000 bills on the trolling now. Other country restaurants. In Asia, $30 million question doesn't promote development as well. China did was well. China go to restaurant on defense and upgrade. Over emissions is not going to cost ways to integrate the low emissions coal into their power pollution and smart promoting. Outrage. The government has been forced to act. She launched a foreign pollution moves from tax levels. Vision environmental pressure to keep coal emissions. What has been. She replaced outdated coal. It seems Asian economies have want to answer HLE plants, coal plants, and carbon capture technologies. Increasing urban energy demand is the key driver of energy security. SDS combos, other low carbon sources don't solve the U.S. cooperation key South 16 channel only need one more. Energy consumption will increase by 50% by 2035. China seeks to switch from coal to gas trains, casting resource power even zero. Carbon ashes will not be sufficient. Meeting its energy needs to support Chinese literacy, CP drugs, which is from Princeton. The meeting will be done with writing years before energy. China's more energy seems straightforward to maintain credibility. Beijing demonstrated their willingness to use diplomatic energy. China thinks U.S. policies for the factors driving Chinese organizations and South China Sea Warren. They warned with the pressure to release with top potential in the neighborhood belonging estimating how performance return to military return of Trump will have several opportunities. Only large-scale deployment in the U.S. produces sufficient cooperation gain in 16 without specific participation with the Department of ADC cannot achieve the large-scale demonstration facility commercialization initiatives help reduce with established relations in a fully integrated CCS combines hundreds of technologies used in cooperation with one of the most crucial components of the two largest economies. Collaboration in CCS and cheap gas farming and trading. Comparative advantages building and operating industrial parks is the only way to achieve future planning and surrounding U.S. rich chance. The market is China's huge mobilization capacity may reduce the cost. Funding a near-term replacement for carbon cooperation and climate cooperation creates a durable concerning crises left in 17 stages building fast. Obama period problems with climate change body issue deployed at will. Trump lacks any such glue when the countries were on the brink of a cyber complex. Leaders diffused attention by issuing a statement on climate. By the end of the climate could be outlawed. We will not be harvest while the climate replacement leaders pretends to care because they want to show the world that they are doing something to reduce pollution. A new super glue is urgently needed. Trump could be persuaded to go different way. Trump may find OER more appealing. The U.S. energy industry would enjoy destinations for its oil, gas, and coal. Trump would answer the call. Centering relations on infrastructure could fill the vacuum created by the exit of climate confusion and run goal to work towards amidst their other disagreements. Commonality would help transform the discourse from a zero-sum game into more conducive to cooperation. It escalates to nuclear conflict. Incentives, in addition to polarization of disputes, causes domestic incentives for escalation. Iraq or 17 U.S. turnover maybe on the horizon. Such wars on the willing to control those will induce reacts over political issues of that. The both sides must go over raises the risk of nature of a nuclear exchange. Chinese doctrine trust the importance of including healing the seas and controlling the ship. Most leaders almost the U.S. now relies on prompts. It relies on prompt attacks. What will cause leaders to cause nuclear control? Choice to be a decision to American national nuclear doctrine and corporate expert using power bonds. This would be the case if they believe that they can execute a pregnant first right to local escalation possible politically. They may signal resolve by indicating that they're control at all levels of violence. Other approaches fail. Coach 14. There are 3 ways to reduce CO2. First, you can replace coal with fuels. You can increase efficiency. Third, the CCS. China then interrupt getting the first 2, but not fast enough for the elevates the importance of CCS. Really, the only strategy available if you continue turning into hydrogen areas and nuclear plants with silver only produce a fraction of power from coal. CCS on a coal-fired plant seems necessary in the near term. Advantage 2 is Russia. CCS is key to enhanced oil recovery. EOR operations regulatory enforcement is key. Capturing 16 CO2. EOR has potential to become a game changer. The recovery potential is vast. For every 2.5 barrels, EOR can save at least 1 metric ton of CO2 were applied by coal-fired plants. Russian plants were captured and full into operation for 120 GW generation over the next 35 years. CCUS can also safeguard reliability, fossil fuel energy production abilities that are sort of crucial while the carbon capture can play by providing a cost-effective solution. Deployment provides benefits when the government faces challenging challenges installing capture increases CO2 available to produce the EOR enabling new production. We need much more CO2 captured, transported, and delivered. Natural geological response to constraint the potential to grow. The EOR hinges upon increasing anthropogenic CO2. Tight well pressure creates capacity constraint in existing well production. It prevents efficient responses to oil prices. Anderson in 16 oil production from existing wells plants were 0 and is almost unresponsive to oil price stocks. Production may initially be rapid over time, however, reservoir pressure declines in the wells. Flow decays towards 0. If the industry drills at a faster rate, the per well cost of drilling additional wells rises. The pressure constraint dampens any incentive to withhold selling oil since decline production will only be recovered directly. Oil owners never had an incentive to cut production below their declining capacity constraints even during the late 1990s. U.S. tight oil production is key to global price regulation. Solving capacity problems is key. Lane and 15. The structure title lessons the risk of economic harm prices cannot steeply for any number of reasons. Conflict information or turmoil. Tight oil can limit the rise in potential storage capacity, especially important OPEC spare capacities. Global levels of recent years. Tight oil would have a significant impact on supply shortfalls. Tight oil and gas are complex. Output declines much more steeply. Therefore, a fair number of new wells would still be needed just to offset production declines. EOR is key to tight oil reserves, declining productivity and lower permeability. Zogola and Maryland 16 successful development of construction horizontal drilling hydro fracking the climate curves of farmer pressure are steep. That environmental improvement recovery could yield 12 billion barrels of additional oil supporting capacity. Enhanced oil recovery to increase recovery. The oil wet nature of formations with resistance effects of water flooding carbon dioxide injection could be feasible. EOR method to improve the oil recovery in tight oil reservoirs. CO2 has a considerably lower minuscule positively pressure. The real price of oil will remain between $40 and $60. OPEC and U.S. Crude Goldilocks for floor and ceiling. Singer 17. The fair value is around $45, or maybe $40 to $50. The price is plummeted about $30 to about $30 in a extreme situation. That's not something we expect to see at OPEC. So one of our swing producer, the U.S. establishment producer in shale, will provide high inventories, are therefore keeping a lid on prices, while OPEC is putting a floor on prices. Price volatility is the largest risk to the market. Quick demand changes and drastic innovation mean the need to ramp up production up and down as necessary. McNally and September supply and demand rather than metals prices should range between cost production and ceiling. Compounding containers leaders oscillation from 30 and over $100 in analysis represents price since reinforcing less and less start to maintain the next price move. The current price is still looking in the oil supply the market may need, but will not have as possible that the demand and supply will balance out. The world oil market will look rapidly into a steady range because it's more likely that these will resemble large shifts and fluctuations will unsettle industry and have durable impact on geopolitical stability. Efficient and flexible steel production is sufficient to create self-adjusting and stable market. OPEC fails as a swing producer, which means U.S. control sufficient swing capacity is essential. The stabilized prices now and 17 to major override producer separately oversitting security from 2 years offset. Swing supply up or down to prevent extreme moves. Even if Saudi breaking power rising demand relates to sculpture production, Friday also shows no sign of its head, shows no sign it intends to prevent spikes. Saudi claims capacity is 12 and implies just 2 NDT of spare capacity. Preventing the price spike still requires that a swing producer hold enough spare capacity to have prices of that. There is no sign either Saudi Arabia can hold 2 NDT. This is unlikely to be sufficient. Saudi has no intention of assuming the management model $30 or $70. They're all the same. Can shale replace OPEC? Shale may prove to be a much more flexible form of oil production that can react fast enough and insufficient size to provide the oil industry with natural self-adjusting features that has lacked in the scenario. Shale becomes new swing supplier and global shale oil production expands. It could keep prices stable through the course of multiple months, through the course of multi-year cycles. Creating a stable range of prices is key to prevent Russian collapse on the low ends and expansion on the high ends. Preventing upward volatility is key to check adventures in Colorado. And 16, cruise bound to stabilize the prices each stabilize the number of more players, but between Western Europe, China, and Russia will see the Russian and Putin will only be able to stoke tension. See, producers are reluctant to start exploiting these reserves until the price is relevant, until the prices break above $70. Western Europe relatively low prices in Russian moderate prices would be unqualified blessing. $50 would be also responsible for the price that Russia needs to balance its Russian kilowatt Putin's position would be enhanced and he needs to flex his muscles. The steam would be reduced and oil price below $70 a barrel will not generate enough revenues to pay for overly ambitious adventures, carefully limited military interventions as Syria with the President of War speaking aims to regional hegemony. Major price moves into the lower ranges below $30 are unlikely in the environment of stable prices would be a huge win-win game for geopolitical players. World War III, number 16 in the U.S. and the Soviet Union came alarmingly close to Great Power War as the study obvious President Mr. Fagan Howard willingness to get away with it likes to create a deeply dangerous situation where heading for a stopping moment is clearly there has to be some careful actual red light. Where is it? I don't know if the government doesn't either. The administration would find itself back into a quarter of aggressive Russian action. They could create a nightmare. This would create a nightmare of historic proportions. NATO and the West are shocked since the Kremlin is in drive in Syria and isn't about to do the reverse. NATO could get embroiled in World War III. Plan. The United States federal government should substantially increase restrictions on coal plants, their performance standards for carbon capture and sequestration, and expedite the approval and licensing of CCS projects in the United States. Performance standards are key. Housing and 16 regulatory drivers are needed. Access to markets is dependent on the driver. This was the performance and limiting emissions allowing CCS to compete. The message stringent regulations become the future. Help them by CCS is critical for the business drivers have been critical for drivers in the message. The emissions must take care of drivers who have low carbon technology. CCS will fit into that well. The business strategy should be the option happening because drivers are weak. Government payments have not succeeded. The project years developed during that time. Policy change. The project can become targets and is generating mistrust. We may have showing effective information. This has to show the much more secure platform for CCS to have government the regulatory environment to create business drivers. The Fed is key to legal certainty. We're go to 11. There are a variety of legal uncertainties that pose substantial obstacles. Production uncertainty is particularly critical to deployment without ownership entities, risk trespass, news and other claims. Even successful claims result in substantial legal fees injecting without what entails significant risk. 5 problems running this impractical ownership varies from state to state. Once the owner identified entity will need to recover the risk from each individual owner. The time and expertise could be extensive. I'm marking that card at extensive. It's feasible. Burger et al. In 16. Conditions assertion and CCS is only performance simple and true. Components are highly modifiable and easy to learn. Distortion technology have been refined time routinely post-combustion. The skill has grown considerably in the past year. 15 integrated projects with capture rates that exceed NSPS. Operators have experience in future transportation of thousands of huge pipelines, saving around distributed routing progress and storage from best. It's deep sea line. There is now large quantities of CO2 without any leakage. All of these projects have rates that exceed the NSPS, demonstrating the viability of underground technology to include our shield capture and the maturity is due in large part. I read the plan.
Okay, good.
Through extensive experience with the solution developed in the 30s, the cost and effectiveness improved considerably in advance of this process may make it more attractive cost-effective large scale transportation going curve reactors for the flight of your operations. There is no question that this can be built on the scale necessary to transportation versus a small portion of the cost and the estimate of the capacity is 30,000 gigatons.
Wolf crap. So.
That was more than 30,000 gigatons.
Oh, we'll keep the last. Well, yeah, just keep
And then right before that was
if you can get this a little bit better,
Yeah,
keep
it's
that
fine.
strong.
Yeah.
Just leave it on the record. And then-
Yeah.
I think it's more important for the second pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first pitch is
Right. No, it's fine. You can keep that. Lower oil prices. Right? And then just right? Well, you're reading the bullet. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, are you good? Okay, we're good. 708. Okay, so you say that you keep oil prices within a narrow band. How could you ever possibly raise the price of oil?
Our argument is that OPEC is kind of putting a floor on the market. It's extremely unlikely it'll ever get back to something like $30 again, which means that the largest risk is a shock on the upper end, which the FSQ solves.
Okay, but but you don't have a claim that you raise the oil price under any circumstances.
That is not our argument.
Okay, so
We
your
prevent
argument.
price volatility. That's our internal link.
Okay, cool. So you defend price volatility. Why would Russia, like the Russia war impact is about a Russian economic decline. If you do not raise the price
That's false.
of oil, what's the Russia impact then? Is
The
it just
Russia impact is
adventurism?
about prices being too high, leading to aggression.
Okay, and that's the only impact of Russia.
That is the impact to Russia.
Fair enough. Cool. So why is shale in danger right now?
That's not our argument. Our argument is that shale is unable to effectively respond to price spikes because the supply elasticity is such that it's hard to start new wells, and in particular,
Why do they need
fracking
new wells?
doesn't
We already
turn
have a
on
bunch
fast
of
enough.
shale.
We've read a very good piece of evidence that says shale does not respond to upward price spikes very quickly, which means that it is not able to regulate. We've also read a card.
Why
that
do
says
you
the
make it
US
happen?
needs-
Why do you make it respond faster?
So we've read a piece of evidence that says that tight oil,
What's
which
the
can
card
be
for
done
this?
through enhanced oil extraction. I forget the name of the card. Can
I
respond
think I
very
found it.
quickly.
I found it. You can keep going.
Okay, yeah. So tight oil reservoirs can respond extremely quickly.
Okay.
However, we're not exploiting those well enough right now, which is why we need
Gotcha.
enhanced oil recovery.
Why would we cooperate on CCS with China?
Our evidence says that there have been attempts to do basic tech cooperation.
Yeah,
The
before
industry
Trump was
doesn't exist in
president.
the US. No, I think actually our best internal link evidence is after Trump was elected president. It's elected 2017, and it says that one thing that would help China and the US cooperate.
Yeah, this
given
card is
current
prescriptive, and
tensions.
it said Trump has no glue to China. It would be great if he cooperated on climate with China. What part of the plan requires cooperation with China on
the plan
CCS?
requires major development of CCS, and the groundwork is already there for CCS to
Why-
cooperate. In
yeah,
the
but why would
private
Trump
sector
deploy
sense,
that groundwork
because
in a way
it
that
creates
advances China
an
relations?
economic incentive to cooperate over things like tech development and infrastructure.
What's
which
the
a lot of
economic
evidence
incentive
says
to
that there's an
potentially
incentive to
your
cooperate.
AF? You made the argument that the AF can like literally create oil. What is the economic incentive to share that with China?
No, it's not about sharing the oil. It's about sharing
I
the
know.
tech that's required.
Why
to
would you
create
share the tech?
CCS.
If we can
Creating
make
tech
our
is in
own oil,
progress,
we would have struck
and we've
gold.
read a
Why
piece
would
of
we give that to
uniqueness
China?
evidence that says
the Yang in 2016 evidence that says that there's already a baseline level of cooperation. The piece of evidence above that, the Sana evidence says.
Yeah, I get it. You can go through all your 1AC cards.
Yeah, and all of our 1AC cards answer
What
this line of questioning.
is the threat to Chinese energy security now? Is it about pollution causing a diversionary war, or is it just like they run out of coal and they have to fight someone?
Do you want to convince me?
Is your scenario about a diversionary war? from
It's about
pollution?
energy diversification.
Say more.
Sorry?
Say more.
So China feels insecure because it has a very largely increased energy demand.
Okay.
And it's only able to gain supply.
I also think we have an internal link that's just about relations.
Relations, sure. Okay. Yeah, keep that. Yeah, keep that. Yeah, the green bonds, yeah, keep it. Keep it on China. Yeah. Yep, keep that. Keep that. Keep that. We take that. Oh, I'll keep it. It's fine. We should take this out. This isn't really good. Okay, what else can we do? It doesn't really help us. We want to stop the price from going too high, which means all we can stop the.
Yeah.
No. Oh, yeah.
No, I
So it says measure and. Abolish the strategic control. Just like we'll sell the oil, another lower price so that Russia can. And sell the oil. Yeah, and then what else can we do to lower the oil price? In this scale, no, that's fine, I'll think of something. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, cool. 538.
Seven, China, Russia.
Here.
One more second of grab.
I'll get it.
That's 3 more seconds. With
535.
No, other way around.
Oh.
No, first advantage and second advantage. Okay, is everyone good? Awesome. A restriction must be a quantitative direct limit. WG to PN 114. Restriction must actually limit production or consumption. Restriction is defined as something which restricts the limitation of industrial output confining or bounding the extent, amount, of duration, restricting the production or consumption is not necessarily the same thing as restriction or reduction of its production or consumption. The word restriction requires the positive establishment of a quantitative limit of domestic production or consumption. They vote negative. They extend the topic taxes regulation. That's a limit disaster of the June 76. The President Directorial Conference is to be undertaken to determine the best ways to organize energy regulatory activities within 18. The task force spent 7 months offering that regulatory more than 40 inches of funds to significantly affect energy and gas emissions. 5 agencies acting on siting and land use 7 on emissions. 7 public safety center 11 must file report to Euro 35. Agencies next to topicality. The affirmative restriction. The restrictions are a precursor on a precursor activity. Doesn't restrict emissions themselves. EPA 5 to court. In Alabama power issued an opinion. EPA interprets the opinion is focusing on actual emissions rather than potential to benefit. EPA to change the baseline for measuring emissions from potential to actual emissions. Emissions are a discharge of gas. That's what Google Dictionary discharge. Anything else that's limited. Let's see if I have to regulate every precursor activity since everything in the economy involves emissions somewhere along the line. Allows dozens of industry precursor activities and plan mechanisms like on the performance standards, fuel standards, requiring updated technology, greening any industry, forcing quantitative quantitative restriction on limitations is key to front topic explosion. Next is the DA 2017 path of rate hikes depends on inflation path. That's hardly 1231 on the Fed technical will depend heavily on the future path of inflation. Will market expect to improve significantly. The Fed will have a crucial decision to make about inflation. Core appears to be very close to 2% in the future. Paths of hikes the federal funds will heavily depend on near-term path of inflation. There's certainly some serious issues involving avoiding deflation. The Fed on the other hand is great force emissions restriction causing increased inflation. That's green and 60. Reduction of greenhouse gas emissions will require the reduction of fuel use. This would come from costly energy efficiency measures displaced from lower tax energy will become expensive. The burning instead of the present price of regulatory, for example, gas 100% increase in price inflation will directly affect of high energy prices. That the first round effect on inflation. Higher energy costs may have indirect effects on the inflation rate than the current experts. Also, their increased cost of production in the form of higher energy consumer prices. German energy costs could increase. Inflation expectations cause global economic crisis. Start for $12-14 Central warming circles in the Federal Total countries. Singles on the rate hike was not evident. Stop. Capital Fed the low risk exposure. The emerging markets are still in place. The range of high risk, higher interest rates. Increased dollars will given the key question is when, how often more interest rate hikes will occur in the accelerated cycle of rate hikes will result in the continued market adjustments and then in the stronger dollar. The central banks key jobs to keep rates stable, higher rates and economic activity increasing. Inflation will lead to more rate hike and increasing the linkage will hold for yield and short tenants reserves and non-company disturbance and stability in the banking system is creating much more muted reaction. Markets have taken advantage of this strategy. Breaks the economists and mutuals in the United States. The Fed moving tightening slowly and the accelerated rate hike could recreate upsets with them. They deal with making extremely banks extremely fragile. China's reserve lower countries of the hoping another financial storm would not descend causes nuclear war. Johnson in 15 interdependence raised the cost of conflict and believers this year's anticipated aggregation declined when the external events failed to anti-foreign sentiments and conflict force and refused to be destroyed by nuclear arms. The shift could happen abruptly. Risk is not changes in the world economy alter circumstances waste that render state peace precarious. They could have consequences with nuclear. The deterrence of the only way out factor from nuclear armor against deterrence could started by the great virus may example in a cyber conventional war. Next is the counter by the United States federal government should clarify that the Clean Air Act does not provide the EPA with the authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions per AP versus Connecticut. That makes Columbia U.S. since successful Trusolini and 12D AP decisions create something that can under bills of the two eviscerate EPA's authority to regulate GHG business could erupt the infection AP but the rest of the code according to how the circuit second circuit entering the ruling of the judge makes the same limits on image the fiscal law empowering EPA to set the same limit the justice way moving EPA's power to set greenhouse gas emission limit and everything the space and obstacle to common law U.S. since claims and amendments if an actor would eliminate the basis for displacement from the AP should these come off the rationale for displacement would evaporate providing federal public U.S. since the claim that's key to solve the global larger carbon restraint that's Peel and Osofsky 15 potential for climate change action gives rise to new such master lawsuits that brought with them the respect to political imposing the substantial costs on the precipitating new regulatory area outside carbon insurance and underwriters made apprehensive about the potential for future losses publication by cleaner risk liabilities a risk iceberg causes extinction floor annoyance health the potential for catastrophic planetary climate change is real natures of forming scientific consensus features continue jumping GHGs and humanity may be a risk of the extinction of human species. Next is the counterpoint. The United States over the successfully subsidized research and development of CCS subsidized companies that can demonstrate significant progress toward the technological goal of CCS subsidized the use of CCS technology in the United States should be expedited. The approval and licensing of CCS projects in the United States and subsidies are resulting in the development and global diffusion of CCS although insured developments are locked up in patents. That's Borenstein 14 and Congress agrees to subsidize R&D implementation and subsidize lobbyist R&D which make winners the elegant solution for them to discover right for innovating innovation and alteration issues will oversee creative doesn't capture the section around this positive the intellectual property protection give the greater monopoly for decades but not the best from the cumulative innovation that subsidize innovation alteration is a no-brainer knowledgeable as well they can capture it from the well so employs new technology will not and keep the knowledge themselves seeing a firm up in the field and new ventures also valuable information seeking value from such experimentations will to read the knowledge over to developing countries and the rest will have the hint for anything else for a lifetime. I think many winners will be furious. That's the case.
Oh, don't read this.
Next, the counterplan. The United States should subsidize fracking and the production of oil and gas. The United States should sell the oil in the strategic petroleum reserve. The United States should begin a new round of confidence-building measures with China on clean energy, climate change mitigation, and cybersecurity. The United States should subsidize the export of liquefied natural gas to China. Case. China advantage. Sorry about giving an option. No U.S.-China war. Freeman 14 pundits worry about much concern to be able to use the military. This secures misplaced up to states and the end of deterrent to they pay little attention to it. These are starting to send elsewhere. The United States is now looking close to the military advantage over China. The United States administration losing China for the foreseeable future, demanding decisions and attacking forces. Please take away air attacking the brutalized ship or aircraft linear of the carrying lane of foreign forces in the U.S.-China war. According to means of relative U.S. strength and ballistic missiles aggregates with men on radars that are vulnerable to jamming interference and institutional deficiencies will kept China's ability to close gaps in the industry that struggles from the vehicles to tell their aircraft and missiles. Also, U.S. force ability and availability and overseas wars unlikely to stop without crisis. No SCS words, not because of energy security. Anyways, why spend 15 minutes on conflict? The SCS is highly unlikely. All parties, including the United States, will watch smart conflict. China many factors between that are certain posturing and policy towards the SCS. Does not until there will be war for a resolution of the SCS conflict and the foreseeable future. There's not to be expected. China will not be successful part of this. Not the same as saying that China is becoming a provisionist power being overly aggressive. The SCS would not be an interest here. It's only one on the horizon. The SCS and the South. China sees Trump screws up relationships with China. That's still overseen in 16 Trump's concern about opening U.S. borders and trade and work over all this America's natural gas sector. This country's not the only one that wants to increase on natural gas. There's also in Australia and Canada, covering Egypt and Russia and the European Latin American nations with the ones investing in business export. China is the biggest market, the same country that love to blame for lost manufacturing jobs, the same country that has a choice of word biology. U.S. position has been allowed more exports of supercool oil and LNG, considering the lucrative market for American gas like that produces, but only if our exports are reciprocal Trump and add temporary tariffs to China's good China response in kind of use export love like it may better than their other sources in the Middle East and elsewhere. Their internal link is prescriptive, not descriptive. The way that relationships will work now. Trump directs U.S. climate policy, which depresses green bond issuance and lets them try to pick up the slack. Let's get into Joel 17 news. The Trump people pushing climate change on policy agenda of the current issues and Trump has started to care about Paris, the countries that pledge to restrict our emissions, respecting U.S. policy. There's little of the plenty of American money to invest in green tech with the U.S. is going to sour. There's plenty American investors looking at green products representing over $111 trillion of that's committed to a green bond market. Then China may be able to pick up the slack for dead weights in the United States market. May have to step back to go forward. The Trump simply may have like this would clear out the market's issues that were not truly green. The Trump would not be a showstopper. Anyways, people think Trump's what you think is a good idea. That's key. The Chinese environmental policy, successful pollution reduction, turns KSS, JVs, and fragments 16 to environmental protection is of high importance of politically informed business air quality. Those space standards are trying to Trump saying the missions with because green bonds will be an important mechanism to reach capital. Those in the books and this litigant investment China will need of $320 billion per year in green emissions as never project China than traditional finance officers have been able to cover only 50% chance per net green finance plus to find one much broader green agenda to be able to show extreme pollution reduction for everyone compliance standards. Russia advantage.
Read that right.
Low oil prices cause global confidence, political and 16 collapsing oil will have the front consequence with the potential destabilization, remigration culture, global economy, the Middle East, the immediate and direct security threats, one that keeps countries together, one rights out the low price of cattle outside global conflict, cheap oil, transit, huge revenue loss, poverty, cheap split, rest of the classic oil pack, low price of grain, weak currencies, inflation, drug debt, deficit, rising food price, cuts, and self-services, poverty, such a prognosis spells not flawed factory of the government, the dangerous situation in the Middle East will be densified oil, related balance underlies on all hotspots of Syria and Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Saudi Arabia have to take aggressive nationalist action to deflect attention. Their high oil prices raise the opportunity cost for foreign policy adventures, uplift American structure these consumers, consumers, suppliers, to punish aggressors. That's Bukaki 16, increasing globalization, increasing competition of oil production, exchange, shape behavior, strategic market conditions, increase the incentive for adventurism, the consumer to able to substitute unreliable suppliers, introduce a brand specification, or be false views, importers not risk, false corruption, again, engage in a crisis, gas represents monopoly oil for all lobby introduces the lobby diversity, brand specification, and mechanism of export, to face the possibility of consumers switching other suppliers, little expensive and research and looking fossil fuels in international crisis, this is meant to test the probability of crisis initiation and solve the potential exogenate by supporting the instrumental variable temple market each other belongs to determine the outcome. No OPEC cheating means no oil volatility. Bloomberg 180 text of cheating will be too high this summer. Obviously, move in effect that alter the shape of the oil futures curve and ensuring that committing to show if reduces well. We lost like the log in return EG production helping to reduce like global government tactic is voice to bear fruit normalization of inventories that moves hedging gains and reduces oil price volatility. Their evidence says there is a narrow band in which oil prices can fluctuate, which obviously means there's no volatility, no oil wars. Group 915, the world is not about you on free for all oil for oil resource wars as every state does it. US managed oil order countries on the outer looking for any number accurate refuse one. Global revenue works with the markets on the China with the US control. The global market order is marked by companies reporters at the same time. Russia and Western oils and companies continue to do business. Russia is not going to go to war. That's Carpenter 15. No Western release and nice being Russian European Federation, Soviet Union, Russia. Seems like far more limited difficulty defense foundations and agency population and those companies mostly depend on high prices. West needs to beat Russia so they can come in to return on political expansions. Once Russia and the Western powers have current interest common regarding Iran. The Max West cooperation diplomacy differences towards to Russia or Syria are more pronounced. They are still underlying mutual interest. EUR is not possible. NRC 15 risk of reducing seismic events through approaching the rest of our supercritical CO2 investment and injection bank. These contributing factors something to be taking place with a total of 18 earthquakes coming back to 3 or greater than injection of large volumes will track and trigger seismic events. That's marked as seismic events.
Cool. Okay, so the subsidies counter plan, what's the net benefit?
The interest rate scheme.
Okay, so
green bonds.
sorry, and what?
The interest rate scheme.
Okay, why?
Because it doesn't raise the price of electricity.
So I'm going to read a line from your green card, which is the link. It says that energy efficient measures displace non-greenhouse gas sources. If it's true that the counter plan subsidizes the development of CCS projects, why doesn't it also
Obviously.
Well, so you missed the first part of that card that says that restrictions that cause the energy efficiency measures is what increases the prices
right,
because
but
you
the
impose
reason,
a cost
hold
on the producers of energy.
The reason that restrictions change the market is because they change fuel usage.
Obviously, it's because they require it. That makes it more expensive.
Right.
A subsidy leads to development of cheap, cost-effective technology and compensates you for doing so.
And even if the plan results in cheaper technology, it would at least take a substantial amount of time, and the requirement is immediate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the perm wouldn't solve either because the subsidy will take a while to develop the tech. The plan will immediately hike electricity prices.
So the counter plan's just slower, so it doesn't immediately hike electricity prices?
No, but
Like,
it provides a
seems
subsidy
like you
that's
either
key to
have
the
get-
tech development. Your AF says they result in CCS at the same time, but the AF says, hey, you don't have CCS, better build it really fast or like you're screwed. Our counterplan says we'll help you along.
Yeah, the cost curve for CCS remains the
Sure.
same. You
So-
require deployment
yeah,
at
that's
the
fine.
more
So-
expensive
yeah,
point.
my
We
next
require it
question
at
is
the we don't require it all.
who takes the R&D credits and subsidies? Like what companies can afford to take on a project of this size? So can you give me an example?
Well, so if you're, I don't know what companies in particular, but like there are clean tech investors that would presumably, like utility
Can you give me
companies.
an example
For
of
example,
those
utility
projects
companies.
to
Georgia
the
Power
scale?
could do it.
PG&E in California.
Yeah.
To the scale of CCS.
Yeah, because they need to produce.
Who do you
electricity.
think is going to come up with CCS for your app?
So
Well, yeah. If your point is that nobody can come up with
My next
CCS, that
question-
proves our link argument.
Yeah,
It's
that's like
we
it's
just
so
discovered-
Someone has to
expensive.
take up the subsidy and invest in the project. But regardless, my next question is,
There's a difference,
the
it's a
counterplan
distinction.
that does confidence building measures with China on clean energy and climate policy, how does it solve the internal link to the app, which is about moving away from climate focused negotiations?
So the 1AC piece of Luft evidence says that we need to increase relationships with China by increasing cooperation. The fact that the counterplan increases confidence building measures on things like cybersecurity as well creates that effective forum for
Yeah.
shifting away from purely
And it
focus
says
on climate
the-
Can I ask
cooperation.
the
one
reason
further
we-
question?
go,
Can I ask
sorry.
a question? Can you
Yeah.
pick individual planks in the counterplan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or can you pick individual planks in the two another?
Yeah.
Can you go for the counterplans together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the net benefit to this counterplan?
The interest rates data and the Chinese green bonds.
If the interest rate CA is a net benefit, how does the U.S. develop CCS and confidence building measure through China?
This counterplan does not develop CCS.
Okay, so it wouldn't develop any new clean tech.
Well, it would result in clean tech, probably,
government?
but not CCS.
Even if it,
Well,
you're
it
just
might
missing,
result in CCS.
resulting in the development of clean tech doesn't link to interest rates. It's about a restriction.
Does the counterplan that sells off the strategic oil reserve do it like now?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
probably over a
Now?
period of
Yeah.
time, not immediately.
What's the period of time?
Like
Next
decade.
decade.
Next
We'll do
year?
decade, like 10 years. Yeah.
What?
We'll do it over the next 10 years, sort of gradually.
Gradually.
And we'll tie it to the price, so we'll make it kind of like a floor.
Alright.
And then,
Nice-
if, yeah,
nice piece of bullshit.
if we see the price getting too high, then we'll pull it down by selling a
Yeah,
lot of oil.
right.
It'll be attached to the price.
Yeah, cool.
We'll amend if the text is not clear enough now. Okay. Can you look at the CCS works? There's the unresolved CCS works.
Okay.
Can we just take 30 seconds?
Yeah, what's up?
Anyway, you're gonna read some of these.
No, I know you do. I just figure. I don't think you have tons.
No, I agree.
I mean, using
Yeah.
Yeah.
This gets
Yep. Yes, sure.
Cool, we're all set. 220.
If she sends that through, is it cool? Like if you just stick that.
Yes.
Watch this. All right, I sent it out. Okay. China advantage. Oil
Doc is playing.
advantage. Oh, sorry.
You can fix that up. Yeah, I mean, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, it's empty.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Okay. Hold on. Try again.
I never want to go.
It's a lag. It's not.
It's a 1:18 now. It's nice.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try that again.
Wait till they get
Okay.
Speech court. Good name.
Stay calm.
All right. China, oil, T restrict, T on emissions, advantage counterplan, nuisance suits counterplan, incentives, inflation decided.
Do one more time for the audience.
Yeah. China, oil, T restrict, T on emissions, advantage counterplan, nuisance suits counterplan, incentives, inflation decided.
Sorry, the back one over one more time.
Yeah. Advantage counterplan, nuisance suits, incentives. Okay. Everyone good? All right. Yes, war the revenue says assume energy nationalism, which overwhelms and leads to crisis escalatory pressures. That is our purpose evidence. Yes, SCS war, it's easy because of escalation and preemptive strike pressures, which exist in doctrine on both sides. That's a quote from February. The AFSL's Trump or left evidence says that energy cooperation is a new super glue, specifically through the exportation of technology. Their green bonds this is BS. Uniqueness says the U.S. market is 30 billion, and the link says China needs 20 billion. Getty, this is their first card. Firms have issued around 30 billion. Their second card says China needs 320. China will need to invest at least 320 billion per year. Europe sells it anyway. CBTR in 17. China's not buying the European investment bank of launch and initiative to commodity market-based practice. The initiative has periodically from analysis through more. He says the definition of methodology China EU jointly recognizing importance as signatories. Fair markets and new cooperation with foreign companies. The European Investment Bank is the world's largest lender. Only the affirmative solves Chinese environmental policy. Other sources fail to sufficiently reduce pollution, which means that nuclear and renewables don't stop. Oil. Low oil is not our impact. We said that OPEC is able to hold the floor on the whole is able to hold the floor on the market now, which is also true of declining supply infrastructure investments. This is a dissent to the counterplan because it sells off a ton of fucking U.S. oil resources, which is the equivalent of entering a whole other country and a whole other country into the world economy. Yes, volatility, lack of supply investment means that we're slated for massive increases now, which is our McNally evidence, which is far more recent, and it says that Saudi Arabia isn't a sufficient swing supplier, so it can only go to the United States. Oil wars are not the impact. The Russia evidence or evidence is more recent and says that Russia needs to be between $50 and $70. If it goes above 70, they will lash out. They didn't read any impact defense to Russian nuclear war, which leads to extinction of the largest nuclear arsenals. They read a card about endogeneity. There's no problem. Hedgex 14. If this behavior is driving price changes, we should see a positive correlation between counter behavior and oil prices. However, we do not know if the coefficient significantly or significant find open oil prices driven by dispute behavior either at the global level or aggregate dispute behavior. Their behavior does not drive oil prices. I'll send that out after the speech. T restrict. The app is quantitative part 16. The group support the EPA's decision cap emissions on new fire coal power plants to 140,000 pounds of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour. Restrictions must set bounds for check for activity. Washington Court of Appeals in 13. Definitions of rules include to set bounds for check for activity. Restriction is something that restricts the over limit ensures one magnitude of kills inundation, which is the key to education, especially in the second semester. Functional limit strike literature advantages theory importance on ensures they get this links reasonability. They over incentivize going for T. T on.
We meet because the app applies to coal plants. The resolution says at least, so as long as we place limits on emitting activity in at least one place, that's fine. Counter-interpretation on requires regulating the sources of emissions. Merriam-Webster and notate use as a function of order to indicate the source of attachment or support restrictions encompass standards on technology. Anderson 14.4 regulating pollution. The optimal level of set by the regulator emissions are a restriction on the quantity of applied to individual pollution must restrict the technology standard fuel sensor more flexible and even more flexible mechanisms because of setting emissions which impose limits on pollution generated. That card is marked as pollution generated under their interpretation. No app is strictly topical because you have to regulate things like activities and not just the gas. Inevitably cross-apply the standards. They also kill education because it rules out any debates over the EPA. Advantage counterclaim. Permutation do both confidence building doesn't solve unless it's substantive. That is the pollution internal link. The oil link doesn't solve. They need to increase production to solve because supply massively drops off after 2020. Argus in 310. Crude oil output solves after 2010 leaves spare capacity of 2 billion. 2 million BD. That figure was less than 2 around 2% of the forecast again. In 2000 and 2020, million high prices market scenes. Saying that this might not persist with the realization that Dawn said unlock the price pressures might lie ahead. There's no card that the strategic oil reserve is anywhere near sufficient to solve. And they have to provide a solvency card for this piece of bullshit. They told me in cross-X, and we get new cards to answer. U.S. LNG can break into the Asian market for 16. The U.S. 1.5 market due to strong competition. Australian sea development Australia's project good. Increase capacity 13 BCF per day is closer. And how the head start with the Australian cutter running that spot prices 12 and having a Latin America represents the most attractive market. LNG is finding facing a perfect storm of low prices, stagnant demand, and global oversupply. Nuisance suits. Permutation do both. Permutation do the counterplan is no certainty. There's no certainty leads to restrictions necessary for CCS regulations. Are key to market certainty. Permutation obviously would solve the net benefit because the EPA doesn't have to do the plant litigation. Fails freelance 16. Under drug use may apply to the impact may be tempered as the administration calls taking teachers working to reduce justice standard closure for the nomination currently 51 votes with respect to enforcement of plan for a small point of view. Enforcement action will apply. There will be enough opportunities to roll back a number of provisions, mitigation, extensive third party auditing, dash generation monitoring, reporting. We'll see many shifts in the EPA's national enforcement initiatives for the oil and gas sector. We anticipate curtailment of EPA efforts to regulate by enforcement. CCS cells warning Toro and 16. The IBCC emissions must fall if there is a 50% chance of peak concentration between 4 to 90 ppm at the current rates of available fees. Also, 50 years facing extremely serious like coal and oil and natural gas can for range of consent for energy supply as possible to respect the budget deficit. Absorption begins immediately. Species will evolve and there's no impact. Brian 15. Viewing and gravity issues through the lens of extinction, simplistic and relevant for conservation alone, right to 5 historic mass extinction, eliminated 70% of all species in a short term. That is not going on out the range of these reflecting uncertainty about the rate of extinction estimates are very unmeasurable to us. Since 1500, more than 514 species have gone extinct on land, but only 15 in the oceans. And in the past 50 years, that's part of the past 50 years. Conditionality is better from stop through advocacy and strategy. Humans, the app never wins this, but ensures strategic control. Incentives. Permutation do both. Permutation do the planet all combinations of compound planks. It doesn't solve legal problems, liability, subsurface rights, and property litigation creates holdouts that prevent development. That's Borgato only regulation solve cost problems. Scout 13. Public funding to cover capital expenditure is available though without rate of return. The cases we permit to parts of the industry to extend CCS but not to seriously commit alternative methods or inactivity or more credible return pricing. Offers less big vulnerability to assuming that demonstration comes to what do we do next? And reducing their mandate comes up for misintroduction will give the industry a choice that would become integral. Squo the credit failure to prove solvency. Studies prove R&D's insufficient. Heck at all. 16. Have regulation benefit for funds 16. The San Francisco strength limit per practically conducive. Growth pattern record provide evidence that the impact of regulatory charging multiple thousands found that R&D explains as low as 4% of the variance depends for regulatory events provide explain 73% spikes in violence occurred before or after the regulatory event. CCS will respond to possibility to effect forcing regulation to produce and will produce further diffusion clause. Cost decline, strong demand pull is key to CCS and never at all 16. The ultimate goal demonstrations facilitate adoption demand and markets on the demand markets is key. This is striking how many programs have involved choice biofuels and CCS. The air from indication to online is crucial. Let's talk first out the failure of CCS and projects 4 factors renewables local competitive and we want policy 3 for the homes of all the future demand. Not the funding structure itself demonstrates the need markets that pay of innovation not just under rate strictly as steadily increasing market under a broad range of market conditions. Rights are key to China. Zillman 14 with the right legal potential for us to contribute to considerable expanding its to legal decisions on how to use the other critical infrastructure citing decisions such as underground electricity, substitution of CCS required rules, no rule ceiling, with substantial uncertainty supported today when it comes to the future of CCS effective development commercial deployment for China is hitting all authors point to a lack of a regulatory framework. Subsidies are bad, lost stock and swanking 8. In the world in which regulated agents have provided information on the cause of technological advances, street policy maker may want to commit to her policy making control offer the possibility to have an important advantage over an adoption of subsidy. Policymakers can compel first to adopt new technology. She can encourage adoption by sensitizing first, have decided whether to invest in according to higher subsidies in the future. They will postpone investments from higher subsidies, asymmetric information, induces policymakers that subsidies levels that increase over time. Direct regulation assigns production quotas and may have higher similar effects. Market similar effects. If it leads to the plan, CCS is pretty expensive. It would probably trigger the links to this ad. Go there now. Decline doesn't cause war. 115 crises lead to austerity, which causes crisis also encourage assessment exclude the population for at least the fair post high rapid prices increases benefit from economic cooperatives leadership and investment that serves as made it easier taxes or reduce effectiveness, make it much more likely that a leader will prefer conciliatory policies. Impact doesn't line up because inflation increases with growth. It's resilient towards in 16. This law that's slowing the global cooperation makes it less pressing. Economies have self-insured against global crises and crises by building up reserves. Emerging economies also are holding costs of 7 40 countries deployed back potential measures 2008 countries back to diversified growth and finance trade liberalizations and proceeding at pace government arrangements have important resilience and enhancing and resilience and having its facts. The whole link is inevitable, but the length of the plan is small. First off, 15. The NDT only gets CSS cheaper for the boosting through the risk already components for virtually area that the NSPS will stifle development. Noted there are no coal plants at the worst any new plant without controls anyway. The absence of NSPS and CC has already been the performance and as a soul as more carbon intensive than natural gas and nuclear power after implement CCS coal plants must be in charge for the co-benefit of harvesting of carbon for you or the market is already growing. Trump pounds their higher inflation link that is their link towards Stratfor. The Stratfor 16 down profits increase the expectations of higher base of dollar enough Fed rate prices campaign platforms based on policies that will increase economic activities such as fair infrastructure spend and corporate tax sets and rate barriers and for second product boost prices domestically. Such plans are recipes for higher inflation, energy price spikes, and inevitable G16. Price will depend on the weather there. It is inevitable that prices will rise eventually in the next one. Winter most likely will be cool in the right ranking given that the plan has been driven by the weather. It is almost certainly not like the whole market that will take place in price spikes has been as recently 12 months ago have become a distant market foreseeable plan such as the impact of Bill 5 requirements on being yet bringing price into the market, increasing upside risks of the regulations to gas pound 16 into 2020 DP estimates cost of 1.4 million cost or comparable to the cost existing policies, but not the expensive paths and not the most expensive paths. Estimated annual cost of 10.4 billion dollars. Report the report was at 2.5 billion for the RPS emissions. The mentioned price only $2 being existing trends. It's marked existing trends. True Brexit takes out uniqueness, and the Fed is poised to aggressively increase hikes rates anyway via way 17. Almost all Fed policymakers were anxious or interested in the interest rate increases administered. How broadly the views are shifting such changes could reduce inflation mindset that saves for contribution policymakers signal faster place of increases in 2017 than previously expected. Congress and Trump's advisors to create a fake victory to make him feel like he can't take the versionary action burn C16. How can we ensure that the president feels he's getting away without creating such a disaster administration will spend his fight on those battles as Twitter can say that he's taking action? Marked action. I'll send out the marked action.
And can you put that criteria in the case?
Yeah. Sorry. Alright, it's done.
Start prep or?
Yeah, I would. Can you answer that? Download it. Okay. Yeah, let's start. There's no correlation between dispute behavior and oil prices. It's like obvious. I know, but you can't even observe a correlation between the two. See, you can't even observe a positive correlation. So, yeah. We can take it down, just take it down. The condo. Okay, we're good.
4:30. You good for?
Yeah.
Great. So this Hendricks card you sent out, it says, if dispute behavior is driving price changes, we should see positive correlations between conflict behavior and prices. However, we do not. None of the coefficients are significant. How do you still have an oil advantage?
That's the coefficient between behavior causing changes in prices.
The coefficient should be the
zero.
same. The causal variable does not affect
if
the
it was the same,
coefficient
it would
correlation.
indicate there is like bidirectional causality, which is what this
Hendricks is measuring correlation and says there is not a coefficient that demonstrates significant correlation.
I just disagree with you. We can read another Hendricks card to clarify.
No,
if
just
it's
explain
necessary.
No, explain your argument. Like,
Our-
if you
our
plot
argument
the
is
points
that
on a graph,
our
there is not a
argument-
linear line.
Stop being economics majors. I am one too. Our argument
Okay.
is that
Great.
behavior does not change prices. Prices change behavior.
Well,
the
then
Hendricks
why is
card
there no
says-
observed correlation between the two?
Hendrix's argument says that when you do a regression of prices on behavior, the coefficient is 0, i.e. behavior does not affect prices.
Fair enough. So your link argument is that too low prices are not possible, but the plan prevents them from getting too high, right?
That is correct.
Okay, what evidence do you have that the prices are going to get too high?
The McNally evidence is fantastic.
And what is the reason for it?
So there are a number. One, that boom and bust cycles are the way the oil market has worked for 30 years. The second is that the lack of supply investment right now means that
What is the
there's going to be a
reason?
supply
Why
shortage by
is there a
2022.
boom and bust cycle inevitably?
For that precise reason, when prices drop, people do not spend enough on supply. So when demand inevitably increases in the future,
And how does
there's not
how does
enough
the
oil
app
to
fix
go
this?
around.
Fix
Because
this
the app
like behavioral
increases
trend where
production.
when prices are too low.
Because the app increases flexible U.S. production, then our McNally evidence says
But
it's sufficient.
our production
to
is
make
as
the US
flexible as it has
increase.
ever been. We can like literally
That's
turn
false.
on a
You did not
faucet
read
and
part on
like
that,
oil
and
will
you
flow out.
conceded our evidence that says that it's not.
Okay, fair enough. Why is the counterplan to build the confidence building counterplan, not a substantive measure?
Because we've read internal links about Chinese pollution policy that says they need to resolve a legitimacy crisis internally and need to diversify their energy supply. Which
So
is
what
already something
incentive do
coal can do.
American oil producers have to share our
Oil
CCS
producers are
technology
not
with?
the ones who are sharing technology.
Who will share
There's
it?
already in our Yang evidence a tech sharing initiative between coal companies who produce CCS technology and China. The reason that doesn't work is we've not been able to bring any of that to full capacity.
What do you mean full capacity? Like
We do
American
not
coal
have-
companies have
we do
scrubbers
not-
that prevent the
We
pollution
do not have
from
market
being too bad in the United
deployed
States.
large scale CCS, which is why it cannot be properly
Well,
modeled.
but
We
CCS
also
isn't the
read a
only
two-way-
solution for the
we
Chinese
also
pollution
read a
problem.
two-way
Like
card-
there's no pollution problem in the United States, despite the fact that we have no CCS.
What? Huh?
The United States does not have CCS. We don't have a pollution problem. Because we
China's
have
pollution is
technology
very
that
different
scrubs
than
the
the
coal
United
plants.
States.
Sorry?
China has a very different pollution problem than we do.
Right. That proves that there's no tech sharing.
But there is. You don't have evidence
Or
of this.
something.
4:30.
Okay, I'm good. 329.
You're just talking about the spots like decision time.
Yeah, there it is.
I do good old political science.
Oh, yeah, that's like the least
Nothing
weird.
ever going on.
Yeah, you know, those were single-handedly got me through half of Georgetown's.
But you still take, was that class you're taking last semester? Or like rock and roll?
Oh yeah.
But just because you're a senior.
Rock history.
Order is T, restrict, the nuisance counterplan, the advantage counterplan, incentives, China, Russia. Are you all good? Recto. Okay, cool. Performance standards don't count as restrictions. They might reduce emissions, but they don't cap the amount that can be legally emitted by any given sector. It's just a disincentive aimed at discouraging GHG emissions. That's an important distinction, especially because the lack of other clear mechanism limiters in the topic, i.e. substantial and domestic climate policy being meaningless, means that you have to hold the line on restriction to prevent topic explosion. They don't meet because their evidence says that all they do is reduce CO2. It's not a legal restriction because you don't have to use the CCS technology. You just have to adopt it. Additionally, even if you were to develop the CCS technology, or even if the plan requires people to install CCS technology, there's no incentive for them to keep it running at all times. There's no legal cap on how much can be emitted. Our WTO evidence says it has to be quantitative and numeric, which is a critical distinction. Otherwise, they could do a bunch of things that make it more difficult to emit and say those would result in reduced emissions. That explodes limits, allowing you have to do any kind of tax on cathodes and non-ethanol-based fuels. You could require upgraded computer systems on power plants, or even subsidize renewables. You could require increased use of recycled plastics or indoor weed or any other performance standard. We don't over-limit, just cap and trade alone. Years of graduate study are devoted to it. Plus, there are a number of cap apps. We just build in a functional limit based on picking out of the cap. If you can defend that, then you're good to go. Functional limits don't check. It just proves that they drive the negative towards generics, which makes debate stale and get us less in touch with the core of the literature base, making us worse scholars in academics. Reasonability is arbitrary. It mandates judge intervention, and the scope of all reasonable interpretations is too large for us to prepare against, so it's a separate link to limits. The nuisances counterplan, we're not going for it. There's no impact or warning. The advantage counterplan. Cooperating with China on technology solves or results in a new glue. There, 1AC evidence says we have to move away from climate co-op with China because Trump has no interest in doing it. Obviously, the counterplan reverses that. The thesis of the 1AC is we'd have all this cool new technology to cooperate with China on, so that advantage is obviously not intrinsic to the 1AC. The permutation links because it includes a restriction. We're not going for this to solve oil, so we'll kick out of the SDR plank and the LNG plank. Incentives. Did they say condo there? I'll just answer condo now. It's good. Interpretations are arbitrary and don't solve any of their offense. It's good against new apps, and new apps are independently a voting issue because they destroy depth, and the refusal to disclose results in worse strategies in the debate. Multiple advantage counterplans are specifically good. They encourage internal link development, which discourages proliferation of terrible impacts. If you can win your advantage through intrinsic, you can beat every conditional advocacy. It also teaches nuance. Ideologically diverse arguments force them to defend the political middle ground. Also fosters argument innovation because we're risk-averse. Condos key to different options. Skews are inevitable because it dissets speed, procedurals, etc. If they win the reasonability argument on T, that obviously applies to condo. The incentives counterplan, the permutation obviously links because it includes a restriction. There are 4 pieces of regs key cards do not the 4 pieces of regs key cards do not answer the patent solvency takeout in the 1NC. They should not get a new 1A response. It's because our block strategy, the decision to extend this counterplan is based off of the 2AC screw up here. Our evidence says that all of the knowledge will be locked up in patent thickets upstream. The only 2AC card that speaks to this is the third one. It says that regulation has led to increased innovation, but the way that they measure innovation is an increased number of patents. That's exactly our argument. This is a terrible way to measure innovation. It just demonstrates the degree of regulatory capture via intellectual property. It prevents spillover to other countries, which means they can't solve their China advantage. It also prevents diffusion of the technology, except for a couple of firms, because everybody's starting from scratch, which means shale oil will never be able to get enhanced oil recovery technology, which means they also can't solve the Russia advantage. Their cards are not about subsidies. They say regulations are important, but the reason regulations are important is because the market needs a clear signal. The counterplan does that. The counterplan incentivizes upstream development and commercialization and use of CCS. So even if it's not net cost effective, it becomes net cost effective in the world of the counterplan. R&D fails is the patents argument that I've answered about. The demand pull argument, we solve it by creating demand. We do solve China because we result in the same degree of tech sharing. The subsidies bad cards about picking winners. Our 1NC evidence says we have a historically better rate than the private sector at deciding which we have a better rate. We have a better success rate than the market at deciding which technologies will actually work. In addition, a limited amount of subsidy funding encourages people to compete to come up with the best technology. The counterpoint does not link to the dissent because it does not require anything of electricity companies, which means it doesn't raise electricity prices, and the companies that will do subsidies are the ones who can afford to take it on. Oh yeah, we'll amend the counterplan. The United States federal government should repeal all greenhouse gas equivalent regulations and preempt state regulations. Good, I'll type that out later, but it's on camera. China. There's no China war. Their evidence has no account of nuclear. Their evidence has no account of nuclear deterrence. Nationalism obviously doesn't override that. Nationalism is what they do when people are dying of the pollution crisis. It's not what the higher ups think. It doesn't mean that the higher ups think that they have to nuke the United States or even go to war with them. Preemptive incentives don't make any sense either. Why would China preempt the United States if they feel like they're short on coal? All of the industrial mobilization that's required to finance a war is obviously a reason not to do it during times of energy scarcity. Our Gupta evidence is that all of these fossil fuels are traded on a global market, which means China already has a reliable access to oil and coal. The plan is not new superglue. China would not cooperate with China on CCS technology. Why would he do that? He would be like, we struck gold, big jobs, etc., but not give that to China because he doesn't like them. Interdependence on other issues solves the terminal impact. The green bonds have said they really sort of screwed this up. First, the 1NC card does say that it's only 32, but that China will need around 320 billion. The line that they have not highlighted says there's almost there's a couple $1 trillion in the market right now. The question is where that money goes. Our evidence says that investors are making decisions on the margin. If the regulatory climate in the US becomes better, they will stop investing in Chinese green bonds and they will decide to invest in the United States. Chinese green bonds are the only way to solve the pollution crisis. First of all, they've conceded this is literally what China's pollution cleanup program is. The thesis of their impact is that energy security in terms of a shortage of clean coal or an increased pollution crisis is what motivates a diversionary war from Chinese leadership or the desire to secure resources. If the pollution cleanup plan fails and the plan causes it to fail, then they obviously can't solve their advantage. And this is a unique turn for us. Even if the AF needs to tech sharing with China, the way that tech would scale up in China is via green bonds. They've conceded the link that the plan swings the investment back to the United States. The Europe argument doesn't make sense because European investors are marginal as well. Their evidence doesn't establish that at all. Other measures can solve pollution. Their evidence says that clean coal is important, and the way that that's financed and scaled up is via green bonds. We're basically aggressively agreeing here. Now the Russia page. Okay. First, the low oil price argument. OPEC will hold a floor. That floor is like $40. That is way too low for the Russian economy. The 2AC even says it has to be between $50 and $70, which means if U.S. shale is really going kaput and the plan saves them, then the plan is going to nuke the Russian economy. High oil prices do not cause foreign policy adventures, which means our internal link to diversionary conflict is much, much stronger. Our Politico evidence also says that this would result in rampant conflict in the Middle East. They don't get new 1AR responses to that, so I'm not going to read a nuke war card, but you should know that the AF is pretty much guaranteed to kill millions of people. High oil prices do raise the opportunity cost of foreign policy adventures. An oligopolistic market structure means that consumers can always switch suppliers to punish aggressors. Our evidence uses instrumental variables regression, and they can't address endogeneity bias. Their Hendricks evidence doesn't make any sense. If there's no observed correlation between oil prices and disputes, then there's no observed correlation between oil prices and disputes. It takes out the advantage. Just running a regression that says X doesn't lead to Y. It doesn't make any sense. You have to use you have to use instruments to determine the degree of causality and account for reverse causality or endogeneity bias. Only our article does that. It's also more recent. It cites Hendricks and says that this study is kind of BS. Russia is particularly not aggressive. It doesn't escalate if Russia is. First of all, the conflict would not escalate if Russia is aggressive in a limited territorial sense. Trump will back down and just be like, I'm just a patsy. It doesn't matter. But if Russia's economy significantly declines, they have a much greater incentive to lash out. The volatility argument does not make sense. Shale can still provide a ceiling on prices that prevents it from going up to like $100. If shale gets to 50 and then 60 and then 70, by then shale will be enough to catch up. But one ACF just says that it's slow and gradual. That doesn't mean that shale is totally going kaput. The plan makes shale super competitive and allows them to tank the price, but the status quo keeps us within a narrow band. This is even the thesis of the 1AC. Russia needs oil, otherwise they'll lash out. Option in 15, Russia is an oil and gas company masquerading as a country. Russia is facing an economic crisis which hasn't seen for years. Russia is heavily dependent on oil. Russia imports 60% of its total consumption, pays for imports, so those 60% of Russia's revenues come from 57% of Russia's GDP already depends on oil. If we take Russia's dollar-denominated GDP growth rates and track them against the change in oil prices, the curves coincide. Even the ruble is ruled by the market, not the central bank. When the oil price is above 60 per barrel, the ruble exchange rate is higher than the inflation adjusted exchange rate. Mark that at rate. Econ growth is not key to Russian imperialism. They can be imperialists with a bad economy. Out of understand, even if
if Russia's economy doesn't recover, the Kremlin will be able to exert a great influence in the near abroad because of the extreme physical economic weaknesses of the rest of the CIA's many former Soviet states and truly dire economic straits and extremely vulnerable to outside leverage from Russia. Russia will continue to be a great power in nuclear war. Thompson 15. Plummeting oil prices seems to be dealing Putin a heavy blow that could mean a threat to America's survival. A paranoid inner circles drawn from the KGB, and to them the revolution in Ukraine was the U.S. backed nuclear arsenal on hair trigger Moscow's independent authority because it cannot afford, it cannot keep up with using dozens of warfighting technologies. The Russian military doctrine states it might be necessary to use nuclear weapons to combat conventional attacks. Russians think attacks on their country a real possibility and that their nuclear deterrent might have to be launched quickly to escape a preemptive strike to collapsing economy, but because he can blame outsiders, the economic troubles might strengthen his hand by tapping into resentment of Putin's created broad constituency for war. The biggest concern is some new move by Russia degenerates into a crisis where Moscow thinks it can improve its situation by threatening use of nuclear weapons. The crisis escalates. The only reason Washington seems to have the upper hand. And I set that it.
We're gonna take some prep before cross that.
Sure.
I didn't do CCS, but I was people who knew. Can you just say shield and you go down? Just like what producers can adopt. So do you mean they two package price spikes if you just look at the front of the look at the it's the front page of the MS card. If you look in the 2 hour, just go to that area there. Yes, correct. But so that goes into well, I have the Volto econ. Do you need that? Go to my 2NC. You might want to repart your time to explore Volto. Look at my 2NC. It's an AL. Good luck.
Okay. So you have not read any oil price uniqueness evidence at all. What card do you have that says the SQO sells?
Your whole argument is the prices are going to get really high, so you read it for us.
But your impact is that they get too low, and you've conceded our argument
Your
that
2AC
OPEC
said
keeps it.
Your card says the floor is $40.
Oh,
I promise.
what card have you?
One
read
AC
that
just control
says
that dollars at
That's
40.
not. Well, our card says OPEC keeps it at 50, but
No, it doesn't.
okay.
But we
what
can
card?
disagree about that. In the
Sure.
purchase
What
list.
The
what
fair
card have
value is
you-
around $45 in a range of
So
40
No,
to
no, it's
50.
even lower. It gets even better.
Yeah,
no,
but
no, it only
in
says
a range
45
of
to
40 to
All right.
$50.
Hey,
Yeah.
next question. 45 to 50.
That's
right.
like the
And
40
so it would
to
oscillate
50.
between
You're just
45 and
lying
60.
now.
I don't give a shit. What card do you read that says there's a link?
What?
Link.
You say that you keep the price from getting too high. That's your
Okay.
argument.
What
It's just an
link do
impact
you
trade.
have that says the AF permanently depresses prices to an
Your
extent that it
argument
would
is you keep it
collapse
within a
Russia's
narrow.
economy?
Your argument is that you keep it within a narrow band.
He-Meth, you will not win this argument if you do not have a card that says the affirmative is sufficient to collapse Russia's economy.
Your argument
what
is
card
that
says
your
that?
key to shale.
Card.
Your 1AC.
Card. Which card in my 1AC?
The part of the 1AC that says your key to tight oil.
Which card in my 1AC says that prices
pull up- can you
will
show me
stay
your
at
1AC?
$30? No, this is your fucking job, dude. Alright, we're gonna talk about incentives now. Card that you have that says incentives are able to overcome cost problems with CCS.
1NC card.
The 1NC card, which is generic about
Yeah.
subsidies in
It's like they're
general.
really subsidies work as a policy mechanism very
Okay.
effectively for clean tech.
And you have no cards about CCS.
Not for subsidies.
Okay. What kind of regulatory scheme, if any, does the counterplan create around CCS?
I'm sorry. It creates a set of technological goals that companies will
Okay.
have to meet,
And that's it.
and then it encourages commercialization and deployment of those
Got it. Okay.
technologies.
T
Unless it probably shares
restrict.
them.
T restrict. We read a card in the 2AC that said the AF was a quantitative emissions cap. You didn't respond to it. Why should you?
You're not a quantitative emissions cap. You're just a
Do you have a card that
performance
says
standard. No, you don't
He
have
said
a
the
card that
performance
says you don't have a
standard
card that says you
enforces-
are a cap. You have a card that says CCS sucks CO2 out of the
AF is
atmosphere.
quantitative.
That's-
The group supported the EPA's
AF
decision
is
to cap
quantitative.
limits on new coal-fired power plants to 1,400 pounds of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour.
That's not
Come
what
on.
your plan does. That's a different
Why
policy.
not? This says the
because the
EPA
only thing the plan
limits
does is
coal-fired
require
plants.
adoption of CCS technology.
No,
that
it doesn't.
says
It
nothing about how
restricts
much you can.
emissions.
Yeah, I don't even think that word is in the plan text, but
What?
just adding that in doesn't fix the problem for you.
What?
Because the way you clarify
Or,
how
so
you
you're
restrict
saying
emissions
you just
is
get
by
to
the
like
second clause of
clarify
the
what the
plan.
plan means.
The
now?
word emissions is not in the plan text.
Yeah, so then you're not
So
a
you
restriction.
can't say
on emissions.
planicality.
Yeah. And then you
Know
just
your
said
plan
performance
text, man.
standard.
Come on.
Dude, the plan definitely says
The
restrict.
United States federal
It doesn't
government should
say
substantially
emissions.
increase restrictions on coal plants through performance standards for carbon capture and sequestration, expedite the approval
Okay.
of licensing.
Did that say emissions?
No. I'm sending it out. I'm just gonna talk about the econ DA.
You sure there's nothing else to kick? Yeah, that's fine. I'll think about it. Yeah, you can take a second back for that conversation. Just like,
I meant one. Oh.
well, ours is got it. There you go.
It's like 3.
That's fine.
Alright, I'm on it.
You good, Ezra?
Yep.
Great. Yeah? Great.
All the time?
Yeah. Just
All the time.
Okay.
Ooh.
Another economic crisis causes war forces, research shortage, inversion rate, conflict, collapse, multilateral institutions, nuclear escalation, trends, economic leadership trends, modeling and cooperation. The affirmative is a demonstration project that shows every country, if they do this, their economy will collapse. Trends, investment, things like CCS, not alternative technology. That's Turkish talk, then around should be less important during economic closer to the alternative energy, low curricular, price of the climate change in the background, less limited development of alternative energy, low legal insurance case, low interest rates are necessary for investment in the first place. Otherwise, it's not profitable to innovate into CCS at all. Closures, oil demand causes volatility in the demand side, forces collapse of the Russian economy, decline causes the Russians to get oil producers interest deploying new and uncertain technology. Means that even if CCS does work perfectly, no oil producer will use it for EOR technology. Even if they require it to be deployed on coal plants, causes rollback. They don't get infinite durable fuel because it's not reasonable for the app to control every possible action when doing policy analysis. But even if they do, a Trump EPA under economic pressure will just use lax enforcement, takes out the app because they don't mandate a federal full floor for the emissions level because they don't have emissions of the plant text time frame. First rate hike instantly takes the economy's causes. The impact aspect, the impact on debate on decline during other Trump's least major diversionary conflict that's fostered 12-19 U.S. economy takes weeks Trump engaged in diversionary war weather. For instance, diversionary conflict depends on the psychological traits. Faced with the faltering economy, leaders who are stressful, simplistic, or less likely to let them develop a simplistic, overseas solutions for public attention. They draw Trump and develop the statistical model with Trump's winners on even a moderate economic downturn with increasing use of force. 2011, Trump's going to initiate more than one major conflict per quarter. Turns United States and China cooperation because it crushes interdependence. That's a ton of pieces of evidence. Don't buy clear statistical analysis. One, it doesn't address the question of interdependence. Second, it's less robust if the event is rare and the sample size is small. Third, is the comprehensive analysis finds decline causes worse conflict, including any rare events regression that's cheering intent, given the results just that bad conditions motivating the most of the serious and fatal territorial competition with the power is driven by both sides of the discontent with their fuel and by more of the systematic problems like the economy, underperforming economy, follow-up tests, including power performing rare events, population numbers, large analysis, by verify whether the reference nature of the event variable, their cross-sectional characteristics of the data, the findings, prospectively finding, remain unchanged, the findings hold on to both democratic, autocratic leaders, their value, the territorial diversity, foster card I just read also into the last piece of evidence they read because it proves that the economy is the only thing that affects whether Trump will pursue wag-little dog style foreign policy. That growth does not cause inflation, but the plan causes inflation without growth, and that crushes the economy by forcing a monetary shock. They have no evidence to answer this argument. They should the resilience argument. You should treat this as a uniqueness overwhelms the link argument. Doesn't make any sense because they have no link defense, and the only reason the economy is resilient because the Federal Reserve will keep the interest rates low now, but if fast increasing rates triggers a global debt crisis, they'll be worse than 2008 recession. To rally 2.6 global debt rates up to 25% of global GDP. The service has global debt versus the risk of them versus debt revenue low. Going to have a growth worldwide. The universal debt market has reached 278% of GDP. Not doing pressure interest borrowing is followed by causing the seven not rising interest rates. And then for the something that I can override ability of borrowers to repay the financial crisis, not like real like past greater recession, big debt build up in funds from the United States on the rate faster than Brazil, South Korea, China, Chile, Checking out Malaysia. They especially have been big borrowers. Companies each renew or roll over the debt, banks, celebrate, lending rates are even factor of deny it, but for fresh gold, lower borrowers going to be in trouble. Credit Joseph Love, the next crisis. The global economy is fragile. Fast rate hike strengthens the dollar cost. Global liquidation crises. The cost of the dollar denominated debt collapse. The global economy. That's the economist 12-3 Fed rates. Rates on the high, faster than the higher level yields of the bank for capital flow, severe growth. Enforcement economy sounds like diggers versus budget deficits, higher interest that makes it all stronger rotation. for the wealthy. Dollar supremacy makes no challenge all finance against church emerging markets from the demand for dollars financing plus bonds and the shooting the same day streets of the bar and about dollars when the dollar rests on the cost of chips earning debt, not cheap about the borrowing costs increasing credit capital flows influence pushing asset prices strengthening dollars with the cycle and reverse capital flows up. Asset prices fall, credit conditions are bound to the dollar. There are dangers in a stronger dollar for American trade deficit will widen stroke protectionism. Trump raise the chance of inputs. See tariffs on import. The question the consequence to be disastrous much depends on whether the dollar grows from the global economy is weak and the dollar is responsible for people and even further. Coal link is not inevitable. It's about regulations that haven't even passed yet. The counterplan would also repeal those anyways because that wasn't the 2NC and they're obviously not being enforced now because Trump said he's not enforcing any regulations on coal industry. Also about the CBP, which it was stated the scale of the plan is way larger anyways than Drag 914 requiring the use of carbon dioxide to reduce the full fire power plants going to increase the wholesale price of electricity between 70% and 80%. CCS technology to make carbon capture cost of carbon dioxide will change up to $70 to $90 per ton increase. In fact, it's substantial. They're to increase the cost of electricity because the price of coal is so low. They concede that the price gets passed on to consumers immediately, which triggers an increase in the CPI, which is the only way the Federal Reserve will determine the rest of the interest rate hike pathway. There's no Trump does not of the DA. There's no infrastructure tax plan coming out, which is the only warrant that's been isolated. CNBC and 2 to the Republican lobbying trying to put true tax reform and infrastructure bills in Sydney. After focusing on healthcare, just the way the budget works, we won't be able to get them to a tax reform bill until summer. The infrastructure tax that are wrestling budget as well as the issue like immigration repeal the ACF. Consumer company healthcare first. That's first. A budget Trump because everyone would worry of adding to the national deficit and an infrastructure plan. The failure of healthcare means Obama Trump has absolutely no chance of passing anything else on his agenda. The Paul Ryan will control the agenda from here. The price spikes inevitable argument doesn't make any sense. Changing their evidence is about weather patterns. They obviously don't solve this argument because they don't change the way that natural gas is produced. They'll change the production methods guaranteed long term natural gas price stability. That's over 16. There was not usual for natural gas price. Despite with this fundamental substance about natural gas pricing markets, though longer should generous have the upper blast supplies and more business. We want our bringing in more supplies and simple and new production methods producing to ramp up gas production, which means we've entered an era of long term stability in price of natural gas. We cannot find any of them. The demand forecast the stress of the resource price declining real wage rigidity means there's no impact to oil volatility either. Blanchard in Daly 70 events plastic one question relevant to our price changes. It's source of economic fluctuations in the 1990s. The other experience of the economy experienced gold shocks, one deep gold inflation rate stable, increase in the buy price of oil coincided with large shocks. I've been very different changing low shocks rise in the other commodity prices in the 1970s coincidence could distort the assessment of the impact of oil shocks. Mark that oil shocks. The other regulations argument doesn't make any sense either. This is about the CBP, which obviously was stated as well. The Brexit argument that was a long time ago. So the Stratford evidence says that the Brexit did not affect the global economy because it didn't affect the holdings of debt around the world. Gradual Fed hikes now more inflation costs faster hikes. That's Reuters page 21. Chicago Fed President efforts towards first step the U.S. will accelerate rate hikes in dollar interest rates against its major rivals and down to the lowest since that February. The evidence repeating the call for 2 more increases to the point dollar was evidence to say the additional rank was possible. Inflation would pick up the Fed said future hikes will be gradual. The dollar pressing of the impression will lower U.S. Treasury yield. Easy money yellow and is here to stay unless there's inflation. Water the cycle 316 Fed increased markets were expecting more hawkish guidance on the interpreting the differential yields comments are neutral to demonstrate treasury yields are rising government credit spread resume compressing the U.S. economy continue to reform will make acceleration of commodity price and likely inflation will increase the pace of every months of $100 be deflationary there. Zero risk including Trump's speed bumps will likely keep the Fed path of modest and gradual increase to avoid destabilizing the economic recovery. Economics affects the way that Trump will pursue diversionary foreign policy.
Did you send out the text of that 2NC?
Yeah, sorry. Can I do that before prep?
Yeah.
Okay, I sent out what I think I said, and it's the same thrust. It's on camera. Does anyone else recording or like have a way of figuring out precisely what I said?
It's all right.
Someone should rewind in the stream, maybe.
Can we ask some of the
Do you
people
need
who
the like most precise wording? You get the thrust of it, right? It's
This
just
is what the judges are going to get, so it's fine.
yeah. The judges can just have this.
Okay.
How much press? Yeah, sure.
And what?
There are any things that's not like
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
I have 3.
Send it out. I have it in your copy, so you should get out of it and send it out.
Alright, let's see if I can keep all my papers together.
Sorry.
Here. I got to double flip.
Yours is good.
Just send it out. I'll send out one. Highlights myself. Your Dropbox. I'm sending out one card that's in Ezra stock. It's just not highlighted in Ezra stock. So I'm sending out highlighted. Sorry, that's annoying. Okay, the China advantage. The Russia advantage. T. The incentives counter plan. Advantage counter plans. And the DA. Sorry?
Is the incentives coming from just conduct?
No, they extend it. Right? Yeah, that's
Sounds like I did a bad job.
Is there a transition to like other counterparts or just split it all?
Oh, okay.
This is a common occurrence in our NDT. Okay. Are we all set? Awesome.
They've continued to internalize the advantages only refers to the app causes miscalculation. The app only has cards that speaks to miscalculation in the context of the climate. Only the app creates new glue for the U.S.-China relationship. It's in the context of shifting away from traditional climate relations, which answers the counterclimate proves that only the app solves economic incentives exist for cooperation over CCS. They might be right that Trump's an idiot, but all our evidence says that he has a reason to cooperate with China because it helps him economically and it helps him geopolitically because there are obviously some advisors who recognize the benefit, and only we've read cards in the context of the administration uniqueness overwhelms our TA. We've read cards that says that the EU has a surplus of bonds. There's a disconnect between the amount of bonds that they need and the amount that the U.S. has. They don't establish how much investment gets pulled. Reuters and 17 China against green bonds. There's more considered the international criteria helps drive more investment in Germany. Harmonization of green bonds between China and Europe will foster cross-border investment and create more opportunity. China to have the world's largest green bond market, connecting 4% of global green bond issuance over 32 billion yuan in 2016 and 2 billion yuan in 2017 market, 2 billion yuan overseas market overseas doesn't solve the app. Reuters and 17 lot more. Current to the first compared from a developer China's big market. There's been no corresponding.
Good stuff.
The chief, it's like
Oh, yeah.
There we go. All right. Well,
Alright. El Paso, National Environmental National Restoration, National Race, the Mark Network, British National Government, National Government, companies want to back up the noise we offer from Nova Glucose onshore paper, marks and onshore paper. We have a larger internal link. We say about long-term cooperation as a sports and short-term blips. It's going to cause people to die because they didn't read the terminal impacts. The Russian advantage, the Russian advantage, they have not read the link about the app. U.S. shell questions and Apple argument is you need to be able to respond quickly to price spikes. You can see that OPEC is in addition to hold the floor in the market, which answers their first year arguments had low oil, bad oil. Good. Hendricks goes app. Henderson 14 conclusions. There's a merchant by the arguments such as oil producers that is very powerful. FX covers international efforts as well. Knowledge of how the oil prices foundation behavior primarily scan the circular system gas price. The evidence that oil producing states are emboldened by high oil prices to pursue more aggressive foreign policies. They have no link evidence about the case and we didn't make it for them in the 1C. He says that all action doesn't necessarily lead to oil prices. That was cross-ex. Trump doesn't back down. They have no evidence that speaks to our internal link. They're wrong about shale markets. That was about their Russia cards. Also go after. They prove the impacts, but not the internal link. Proof is key to knowledge.
Not that. That's kind of one part of this one.
ERS pricing during Goldman 6 what is it? Papers, CO2, taking loose weight, and consumer price for oil, so low prices. Stay too low for too long, no longer be able to afford CO2 utilities the money when the whole barrel of oil sells below $50. The equivalent selling $1.16. The local production nation relates to the Russian oil and gas production high levels for a long time. The expectation was that the price were not sustainable. This relates to the complete collapse of reality shows that the industry market with the general highs are showing greater resilience than expected. Market resilience below 70 is key. Reverse color, so on 15 Russia is a petro state for Russia and aggressive when the oil prices market skyrocket. If oil prices to threshold extended around for the petro states get more aggressive and hold and analyze 120 countries. The petro states using militarized capital 50% more than high revenues, lower accountability, while increasing adventures and market-based evidence and adventurism. All of the Russia or offense only proves the after is we have a stronger internal link based on price volatility, which necessitates lash out topicality. We need their interpretation. Our evidence says that we're quantitative because we require a static restriction as EK 2014. The plan text literally says the word restriction. It says at least, which proves we meet. They didn't extend the emissions violations despite cost-ex counter-interpretation. They just have to set bounds for free activity restrictions encompass the standard setting and counter-interpretation. We only have to regulate sources of emissions. Over limits is worse. It causes stale and unpredictability. They don't please any offense because all of their mechanisms allow the same topic areas, which means that they have to debate and research all of it. More research is good because it makes us smarter, which is the only thing that's intrinsic to debate reasonability. We restrict coal, all your distance applying your interpretation links to your offense. The counterplan view solvency through all of our advantages, not CCS prior which regulations are key to durable commitments, effective cost planning, and durable into shock sets, hacks. There has to be demand to avoid lag between development and implementation. Get a counterplan part of my thoughts at the order in the doc. We don't solve advantages. One, China. It's about confidence building and government cooperation, legal framework, and modeling. Zillman. Two, Russia. All of our 10 market arguments are about time frame and effectiveness. They don't have a card about CCS in the context of solvency or the patency. The patency, it makes no sense. It doesn't indict the app. It just says that property causes monopoly, but our app solves it because we create the incentives for tech. It doesn't implement the China internal link because the commitment for tech sharing already exists. The new tank also tanks solvency because they decrease energy. Permutation do the app and the plank of the counterplan. Permutation do the app and the second part of the new plank of the counterplan that solves the link to the disad. The other counterplan.
Say they don't do regulations, which means they don't sell legal stuff.
They don't do regulations, which means they don't sell legal stuff. All of the regulations stuff that I extended above applies to both counterplans. The advantage counterplan permutation do both resolve any reason that it solves better, only solves the internal link to China, which means Russia is a solvency deficit if it leads to investment that the links to the distant. It doesn't solve China as well as the app. That was the internal link explanation on the case about how we have to create new incentives for combined cooperation and permutation do both resolves any reason it solves better than the app, and all the other solvency deficits apply. The inflation disset Cleary is right. Cleary in 15. King and King argued the difference for nerve information for the largest number of information swallowed bacteria are met, hence leading to allowed to use it. Russell Shepherd useful components about Spanish conventional regression for models and coefficients for errors and identical those. Really not. In other words, the choice of real logic mystery not also the substance or statistical findings. There's no uniqueness for any of their inevitability terms because it's impossible to have a stable market durable fiat ensures enforcement in the case terms the DA faster because it causes immediate lash out, whereas economic decline is prolonged, finishing the 2AC president was found in the help of the kid and how many that involving the CS funds was upgrade not to some things out of the bomb. Oh wait, counter civil economic sharing civil servants and money all presentees. Easily distracting see quick results bureaucrats in reverse that it would be better to keep habit with a minor temporary bumps on the public opinion. Uniqueness. We read evidence that says that inflation is increasing now. Even if the rate that it's slow, it should be enough to trigger the impact because they don't have a card that connects it to the terminal. The John 17 is this year inflation rate to be considered for the first time in ages showing cold inflation corridor. But with this winter, top levels of business and also brings inflation is said at the cost of a more severe Georgetown. Our card also cites things like an infrastructure and new Trump projects, appointments, new and 17 Trump is said to add some more about inflation costs to the Fed's rates, which should offset and jolt the show this year and possibly the committee and rebel for example just goes slow down on rate hikes. There are tons of pounders. If we even the permutation, then the DA goes away. But if we don't, then they kick the counterplan. Coal is screwed. We run 1115. The coal struggles are cheap as gas renewable regulations and the Bush administration weaken their country demand decline standard during the Reagan administration to improve would require enormous market intervention and direct mandates to consume coal. These conflicts with Republican with Alcina, their approaches to open a federal lines doing some buildings. That's right. Coal's challenges, market damages, dollar primacy coming down 11 to 14. Current records do not send some of our currency. Said regime of serious implications of the dollar for our understandings are beyond weighted. Also, Barton said campaigns to internalize its currency. Germany is already funding function as a reserve currency. Now, Beijing wants major energy producers to accept our new visa transactional currency, including the settled trains, hydrocarbon purchases, market purchases are 2 The evidence says that interdependency doesn't predict conflict. It says countries always have an incentive to cooperate, not lash out. Even
even in times of minor downturn. They don't have a reverse causal card that says the entire economy collapses to the extent of war, even if the app makes it slightly weaker in the short term.
No, I'm not going to. Just. Sorry. Okay, good.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not.
Did you read Russia Econ Resilient?
Yep.
Okay. Where's the below 70 key card?
That was the Sengovia card, I think.
Where is it? Under what header?
AT price turn, Sengovia.
I don't see it. Oh, the third card. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. Just come here. Do you have it? You found the article? So, the order. You see that table? Thank you. Okay. So, order is Russia, Econ, China. Incentives, counterplan, advantage, counterplan. I usually will cut a card and send it to you.
Russia, the dissent, and then China?
Yeah.
Okay, and then incentives?
Yeah. everyone good? Cool.
Everybody agrees on the impact of U.S.-Russia war causes total extinction by a massive nuclear arsenal launch. It also draws in China because they have obvious strategic interest in getting involved. The question of the debate is the link. There's a pretty obvious one. The thesis of the advantage is that the plan allows us to lower oil prices and put a ceiling on how high oil prices can rise. That ceiling will be $50. Their single evidence says that the fair value is around 45 in a range of 40 to 50. They say that is because the U.S. is now the swing producer and shale will provide. The thesis of the 1AC is that a shale crash is inevitable. In fact, I believe that's a quote from the 1 hour. Shale is going to collapse. The price will get above $50. The 2AC said the relevant threshold for saving the Russian economy is $50 a barrel, which means that it will go above 50 in the status quo. It will not go above 50 in the world of the plan. OPEC will not solve. Their floor is $40 a barrel because they can produce so cheaply. Hendricks does not go affirmative. They're wrong about the petro-aggression argument. Even if he does, they've conceded the argument that when oil prices get high, oil producers actually become more constrained in their behavior because they're raking in so much dough from selling all of this oil. The fact that you can easily switch to a different oil supplier to punish Russia for being aggressive means that they'll be particularly restrained, which is a separate interlink to why high oil prices are good and solve Russian war. Trump will back down. He's a total patsy. There's no impact to Russia invading Ukraine or something on U.S. national security. The only argument that could, the only way you can escalate to a nuclear conflict is if Russia put their arsenals on hair trigger alert during times of economic decline because they feel like they have to drum up a diversionary, because they feel like they have to drum up a diversionary war. Now, they cannot win any offense on this advantage, even if I lose the dissent, because they've conceded the argument that Russia can still be plenty aggressive, even if oil prices are low. They will just reallocate the economic pie towards the military. We have two pieces of evidence. I can't remember the sites of this, but they very unequivocally establish this argument. All of the 1AC evidence draws a connection based on petro-aggression, but it does not establish sufficiency. And Putin, if he really felt like he could very easily invade Ukraine or something like that, which triggers their impact EOR 50 card, is about the status quo EOR technology. The F obviously adopts it and scales it up. Even if the price is at 50, that means EOR would come online at 50, and because the market equilibrium is based on Cournot competition, it would be set at exactly $50. It would not be high enough to save the Russian economy. Also, are you really willing to take the risk of keeping it at the very, very lowest Russia needs to survive? You really shouldn't. The resiliency card is only about oil companies, not the overall economy. It says that they can produce, not if shale is wrecking them below 70 is answered above. The price volatility argument doesn't take out the case. It's stable right now because of a price band. Shale will eventually kick in around $60 to $70. They drop that argument in the 1 hour, which means that there's a ceiling that prevents long-term Russian aggression. The econ just said there is a diversionary war. Tier evidence is robust statistical analysis and is an index theory. They just read a card that says clearly does rare events regression that systematically biases you against estimating the probability of conflict because you fill your data set with thousands of non-wars and only a handful of yes wars. They've conceded it turns investment. Oil companies would no longer adopt the technology. It also means there would be no cooperation with China because of protectionism, which is a separate internal link to conflict. It also shreds multilateral institutions, which none of their evidence accounts for. You can't control for that with dyadic data set, and that's what Clary is using. Manipulating the president applies to the 1AC2 and just proves no war, so you shouldn't vote on that argument. Diversionary conflict is a structural phenomenon that occurs among the leaders of the government, both in the United States and in other countries. Since they've granted this will result in a global sovereign debt crisis because people will not be able to pay back their debts if the price of debt, in other words, the interest rate is too high. They say inflation is slow right now. Yes, it is slow, but Yellen is hiking rates at a more gradual path than everybody previously expected, which means the dollar is actually falling relative to market expectations, making it cheaper to pay back debts. A fast hike will cause sovereign debt crisis. Trump is not doing infrastructure right now, and this appointments argument is garbage. Fucking LA 3-4. Trump Fed might be more accommodating than even the current Fed. The bull market, second longest in history, will be 8 years old. The economy will remain stable because of the path of rate hikes at a slow pace. They've conceded that slow hikes will keep the economy stable, so it's just a factual question of what the Fed is actually doing. Their VOA evidence from January assumes aggressive Trump fiscal policy, but that won't happen because healthcare failed. We have the most recent evidence. It's unequivocally the Fed will be dovish on their interest rate hikes. That's Reuters, Waterston cycle. Only inflation, i.e. increased electricity prices, will force the Fed to accommodate in a way that wrecks the economy. They've also dropped a turns the case argument about how if the interest rates get too high, people won't be able to lend, or people won't be able to borrow money for CCS projects, which means they can't scale up to technology beyond utility companies, and those aren't the ones doing enhanced oil recovery. They say coal is screwed. Yes, it's screwed because of long-term what? Yeah, Trump appointments are in February 18, 2018. Doesn't take out the link because it's a short-term window. The coal screwed argument, that's because of long-term shift to LNG because it's so cheap. That's actually a decrease in consumer prices. Dollar collapsing now is our argument. This is entirely backwards. Plus, it's from 2014. If the dollar is getting weaker, that makes it easier to pay back your debts, but the affirmative reverses that by causing a rate hike that screws over every other country's sovereign wealth fund. Interdependence does check. None of your evidence assumes it. And the last argument is just like, you don't have one card that says we collapse the economy. Yeah, you don't have one card that you solve a China war either. It's debate. The China advantage. There's no cooperation. There's already an economic incentive to cooperate. Protectionism doesn't make economic sense, which proves that the economists in Trump's cabinet don't have that much influence on him, or it's inevitable and it solves the entire case. There's no incentive to cooperate over CCS, just like Iraq. Trump would just be like, we'll take all the oil, big league. There's no evidence in the 1AC that says that the economic incentive is enough to override Trump's political commitments to his base. There's no China war, trade and interdependence solve it, plus nuclear deterrence is a sufficient check. There's no threat to global energy. China won't launch out because of energy security, because all fossil fuels are traded on a global market, so you can just get it from somewhere else, plus mobilization costs too much in terms of resources. Green bonds, fine, they solve the status quo. The incentives counterplan, we're not going for it, but the patents argument does take out the case. Yes, you lead to incentives to research, but all that research gets locked up really early, resulting in a massive delay, and it means that you can't spill over to solve China. The 2AC card says they lead to a bunch of patents. We said patents are bad. Permutations are test of competition. We're not going for it. The advantage counterplan, we will, what the regulation? Okay, we'll kick the regulations blank. We didn't need it because Trump is already getting rid of all these regulations. They don't have a card about that. Are you sure, or should I keep it?
We don't need it. It's their only argument is coal collapse.
Oh yeah, their only argument is coal collapse inevitable. The CPP was obviously safe. This advantage counterplan, I guess I don't have time to extend, so I'll just concede the term. But yeah, two big dissets. The no link press doesn't make sense because it contradicts the 1AC.
Okay, that's mine. Yep. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay. I got it. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. China
Russia, incentives counter plan, disadvantage. Everyone good? Okay. China war outweighs their two countries with extremely large nuclear arsenals. The 1AC impact evidence says they both have preemptive strike postures which are uniquely receptive to a high degree of escalatory conflict which crisis cooperation is not able to solve. That means there is a very high risk of escalatory nuclear war very soon because that same piece of evidence says that there are a number of territorial conflict that due to those doctrines are prone to escalate very quickly. That happens very fast, which means that there is a good risk that it triggers a larger diversionary spiral. The thing that should make you vote aft in impact calculus is that their impact is extremely nebulous, and they have conceded a number of warrants about why Trump is uniquely not prone to escalate diversionary conflict. They do not have a warrant about which countries escalate, even if it is based on the decisions of individual leaders. There have to be flashpoints. If you are not able to point to one, you cannot vote negative in the face of an impact like this. Deterrence does not solve for three reasons. One is that energy demand constraints make them securitize interdependence, which is the central claim of the entire advantage. They don't care about interdependence. They can't get energy from elsewhere because demand is increasing too quickly, which is why they need diversification and the affirmative. Obviously, they do not respond to our much more recent February evidence about the risk of doctrinal escalation, which gets around a lot of their arguments. Their only other argument is Trump protectionism, but they conceded a fantastic piece of Luft evidence which says that Trump cooperation based on energy infrastructure creates a new quote-unquote super glue between the U.S. and China that jives uniquely well with his campaign posture, which means that it is definitively able to solve, even if he has protectionist tendencies elsewhere, and even if there's some bullshit about IP problems. The warrant that we have to respond to that is that the US and China are already cooperating over low-level CCS now, which was the yank card that they have dropped for the entire debate about how there is already an infrastructure for it, which means that you should not vote on a generic solvency takeout that does not assume pre-existing intellectual sharing linkages. Russia. They're wrong about the offense. One is uniqueness. Prices stay between $45 and $60 now. OPEC enforces the UN, and U.S. shell could enforce the Highland. The negative has not read a card that the affirmative would lead to price reductions that are sufficient to trigger Russian economic decline. They've also conceded a piece of evidence that the Russian economy is stable, that it has enough other sources of revenue, and that there are other problems in the economy that make long-term decline inevitable. Here's where they lose. EOR is price constrained. It's only profitable at $50 a barrel, which is the yellow evidence. Producers lose money on wells, which below that, which means it's literally impossible for the app to create a sustained era of low prices. Corno competition just implies equilibriums. If the equilibrium is only at $50, producers are indifferent from producing, which means that there wouldn't be a huge throw of oil onto the market. Also, where the fuck is their link? It's entirely pulled out of their ass and doesn't say that increased variable production is sufficient to create low prices. That means that you should err very strongly against voting on this because our McNally evidence, which they've also dropped for the whole fucking debate, says that price volatility is inevitable and flexible U.S. shale would be sufficient to solve that. They've also conceded a Sengovia card. Even if causality isn't great in either direction, you should err this piece of evidence, which says that there are unique incentives for Russia to be aggressive because enough money means that they have a lot of a military budget. All the shale inevitable arguments, yes, it doesn't respond very fast to price, but will still produce a lot of oil, which means that their impact is probably inevitable. What? Like EOR? Yeah, EOR solves because it is able to stop upward price volatility because it responds very quickly. The patent thing. It doesn't assume the regulations work. We read a very large number of cards about that. The turn is stupid. It just says there are IP problems, not that capture is determinative of outcomes. One, IP protection doesn't matter because we said that the app should be able to fiat through investment and regulation. Second, is there sufficient tech to solve now that gets past IP because all of our feasibility card says that the tech has been around for an extremely long period of time. Three, is that there's no plant-specific evidence about capture. Tech has existed for a long time in the US, and China are already doing IP protection, which is the Yang evidence. There's no delay. The 2AC evidence didn't say patents are the only marker. Final argument. They kicked the counter plan, the advantage counter plan. We said that regulations pound if that happens, which was the one-error double-bind argument. There are a bunch of regulations that inevitably don't get repealed. We've read evidence that says that massively increases the price of electricity generation. They straight up dropped that because their only answer was this counter plan, which means all that stuff applies, which means there's a counter. Dissent. There's no impact to economic collapse. Crises lead to austerity, which cut defense crises, encourage resentment that causes threat deflation. Leaders want aid and make them conciliatory. That's the clarity evidence. They read a pro-diet Clary. We read a pro-diet Clary. He includes their regression and does it instrumentally, which means that he considers everything they wanted to. Trump will not lash out. There are people in the government who can check him from absolutely going warhawk in the context of a minor downturn. The military establishment doesn't go launching nuclear weapons because they don't like the newest Fed report, and resilient economies hold less debt, more defense finances, and the government has built-in resiliency mechanisms. That's what evidence that's magnified by the fact that they don't have a reverse causal internal link about total economic collapse versus small blips in the market that cause short-term bumps. There are three other arguments I'm going to go for. One is that the primacy of the dollar as an international currency of last resort is declining because countries are internalizing their own currency, which was what the one-era card said, which means that the impact of inflation in the U.S. doesn't matter. Second is the Fed is predisposed to do interest rates anyway, which everyone agrees about. Trump appointments, even if they happen next year, will lead to faster rate hikes. The 1 year, they're obviously not able to fucking impact. The third thing is that electricity rate hikes are inevitable. There are a bunch of coal plant retirements that happen based whether or not regulation happens or not, which ensures that the price of electricity goes up, which means that it's extremely difficult for you to disaggregate the effect of the link to the affirmative and the link to the status quo. Their argument about interest rates not applying to the plan. The plan fiats that regulation solves, and the investments are made in the status quo, not after these supposed fucking rate hikes happen.
Why do I give that argument credibility?
There's no conflict.
You escalate, Michael. He doesn't get killed.
We have a decision to debate. The decision is a 4-1 for the affirmative from
I thought there was like a slightly higher risk of the inflation DA that turned effective CCS invested in the short term outweighed marginally smaller, marginally by like tiny. Much like it was like both pretty big, didn't really know what to do, thought the returns case arguments in shorter time frame back. It was more likely in a world of the PA that CCS would be scaled up to the scale necessary to actually solve China. And I think that 1 year or 2 year like any debating on that question to a degree of scale up. And I think like their internal labor market is like we need massive demonstration of commercialization cooperation. Inflation, I'll just quickly, I guess like short version of that, it's not like there's like a moderate to high risk of the DA. I think your best defensive argument is just impact defense. Basically, I think the rest of them are pretty much no-goes, given like the 2NR is pretty correct about the characterization of all of the other arguments, I think. I think the impact defense is defense, obviously, but not enough vis-a-vis the defense they had on the case, given that I think their like Trump diverts more likely stuff is a little better than your as. Just like yours kind of is like distracting. There's like we've done all this psychological investigative research. It's much more likely in his scenario based on what he's talked about that he'll divert, which I think helps them kind of beat some of the clarity stuff. I do agree like the rereading of rare events analysis makes sense, but just like it was really light in the 2AR. I thought like a heavier investment there, and the reason why like in an additional investment in the 1AR as well on this like vague impacts versus specific impacts would have really helped me, because I just thought like a lot of the 2AR was pretty new on all of the impact questions, and I agree that in a vacuum the 2AR is a winning speech, but vis-a-vis the 1AR I kind of like held the line a little bit more, which is kind of like shocking for me, because I usually just let the 280 work if they want, but in this debate I just thought like you didn't really say any of that in the 1AR that he said in the 2AR. And I do think they have a really robust impact defense argument in the 2NC, at least on China. And the 2NR it's like much worse, but that's just the 1AR I don't think really deals with it very well. The turns case arguments that I thought were most important on this were higher inflation caused us to likely impose protectionist tariffs on China, wrecking cooperation, that's also combined with cheap interest loans would potentially be less likely to be used from higher inflation, which makes scale up hard. Just not answered. I can see responses to it, just didn't really like see you guys actually apply those. And then like I talked about the other ones. I think your best arg is like price spikes and ebb, obviously. It's just not it was like your ebb doesn't really back up your claims, and they're a little bit better about like Trump's deregulatory focus now means that it's very unlikely that these other regs or other retirements are important, given the reason they're being selling cheap price efficient. So like prices are actually not going to go up as a result of that. China, I thought like I almost just voted on just like this impact helping the 2AR was like much better than the 2NR in any spot, and I can see why I sat in that regard. That being said, like given all the 1AR stuff I just said, I thought they did have like a deterrence and economic incentive to cooperate style argument that was robust in the block and a little worse than the 2NR, but supported by evidence. Their best one I think is this SCS card that just kind of says like it's reasonable that combined with the app framing of energy security being important, that they wouldn't let political territorial conflict overwhelm economic calculations. And China doesn't also, I think their best warrant in Rovner, which I think is a very good card, is preemptive first strike. Their Friedman card says like China doesn't think they have the capacity militarily to overwhelm the United States on first strike. So I think like kind of takes out your best escalation warrant, and I thought that was like sufficient given like the 1AR's coverage there.
The rest of the stuff I don't think is like really great, but once they went back and like turns case, it's tough. Russia, I thought the AF was like slightly ahead, but I think it was like net offense enough to outweigh the rest of the stuff. Patents I thought like too generic, so it didn't really affect your solvency, but I thought the turns case was so much.
So in spots like this, I never really know if you want the kind of TLDR or the longer.
Go for it. I got another year.
Alright. I wrote out like crazy amounts, but I'll keep it in Goldilocks range. I think China is really the problem. I don't really think that the time that was allocated on China was enough, and maybe if there was a 2-hour redo, you might want to cut and paste some of the time in the middle of the debate back onto China for getting more out of Russia for the time that was ultimately invested on it. To me, the problem on China and 2-hour isn't just time allocation, which I think is lacking, but I also just think the recency and amount of their ebb. You're stuck with some impact D cards that just don't assume the world does their internally, and they have some really surprisingly good recent cards that get on top of that. I can go into each of those warrants if you'd like, but to me, the greatest source of defense was not sort of the carded D that was indigenous to the advantage, but the question of whether or not kind of the economic themes of the dissad would complicate the ability of the affirmative to solve. I might have evaluated that a little bit differently than some, but I didn't think, just based on the time and D that you had on China, that you kind of got that out of the relatively medium to high risk of a pretty bad event. Russia, my truth-seeking tendencies probably meant that I gave you a little bit more on the link than maybe others might in a spot like this, but I do think that there's kind of a safe zone that exists for prices. It was certainly the case that the affirmative was ahead, that there was a floor, but they might have set the that floor a little too low for their own good, so I kind of understood where you were coming from, and I do think that a collective read of the evidence suggests that when things get under about $50 a barrel, it's not really great for the Russian economy, and when it gets above $70 a barrel, it might be a little too good for the Russian economy. Your evidence leaves me wanting that the effect of the plan will definitively kind of go below that threshold, but I think the risk is there. There's weird interactive arguments about whether or not the Russian economy has other sources of revenue. Their evidence is okay on that, it breaks in the 1AR. The defense on both sides was okay. I didn't assign a large amount of collective risk, and I share Arjun's assessment that a lot of stuff happened there for the net to not get a lot of mileage out of it. I thought you did okay on the inflation dissad. Where I think I differ from Arjun is some uniqueness questions that emerged. I do think that there's this weird phenomenon with the kicking of the counterplan that mattered a little bit. As I understood it, the counterplan that was amended in the 2NC was designed to deal with some potential regs that could emerge. Then you kind of bailed on it, and I think your thought there was they hadn't really extended their regs arg. I thought that they kind of did develop that argument contingently in the 1AR, and I think that that presented a little bit of a uniqueness problem. I still kind of just gave you credit for what the regulatory environment would look like under the new administration, but I do think that that reduces things. Unrelated to that, I thought that they had some predictive evidence about energy price spikes, and while I thought your evidence in the now was pretty good, I didn't know that those price spikes wouldn't still occur, and you might want to look back at some of that evidence that predicts events that could occur in the future related to weather and other phenomenon that I think reduce the dissad. To me, I think judges in spots like this, when the affirmative is very invested in impact D, forget that a net benefit can be just turning the case. And I actually was probably closest to voting negative on turns the case. If I were to just look at the probability of your dissad unrelated to the turns case argument relative to what I've described in China, I think you would be behind. But it didn't go lost on me that you're pretty far ahead on the link, and even though I've described some uniqueness problems, it still represents a bit of a solvency issue for the affirmative. I ultimately kind of concluded that the affirmative kind of does get credit for their original solvency claim, and I'm not sure that regulation wouldn't, or the initial restriction of the affirmative wouldn't kind of incent some sort of effort to, try to get CCS up and running. And I didn't feel like a lot of the particulars of the 1AC solvency claims were kind of addressed in a comparative sense when you did your turns to case arguments. And so, not a lot on Russia, a lot on China, certainly a decent enough job in most debates to win the debate on the combination of the inflation DA and the turns to case arguments. But in this debate, I think that the probability of the dissent was reduced enough, and China outweighed.
Okay.
I can go. Congratulations, obviously, on an excellent year. I enjoyed judging you all throughout. Really like your attitude and your and I'm excited that you're not seniors, so hopefully I get to judge you all again. I agree with a lot of what Repco said, some uniqueness issues that they said, as well as just defense at the impact level, and I think there's pretty sizable risk of China. The one area that I'll add on is I think maybe more than the other two judges, I give them a high risk of solving Russia. I think the one thing that kind of stuck out in my mind is you have to win that Russia's econ collapses, like their state collapse in order to win access to income tax, whereas I think that they can win that if prices go above 70, that Russia becomes more aggressive, which is a different threshold to win in my mind. So I think 70 definitely causes their impact, whereas like even if it got to 30 or 40, not sure that it necessarily causes your impact. And then, given there, I think they're winning that Russia can't sustain its foreign imperialism, absolute economic growth, it's necessary to fund conflict in Syria, maintain it. That's just an added aside, but other than that, I agree largely with what Repco was saying as well. Significant risk for China. I think
Okay. Yeah.
some complications on the DA.
China makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I thought we were kind of killing them on the Russia defense part, but the China thing makes sense, so it's not really necessary. That's fair. We can talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have like.
I mean, because we have the argument that's like Russia will be aggressive even without economic decline, and the argument that shale will kick in eventually and stop the price from getting up to 70. They drop both of that, but I mean, it doesn't mean you're wrong because the China advantage still was a dissat.
Yeah, but I'm just saying more than the other two. I feel like that was an area where I gave them a little bit more credit.
Yeah,
I see what
sure.
I don't have a ton to add. I also thought that for me the evidence on the China advantage mattered a lot. I felt like in the few years since your impact defense card that a lot had changed and that the affirmative had more evidence that was contextual to the current situation and state of tension. I also thought that like this miscalculation scenario sort of outlined in the Wagner evidence was something that wasn't really addressed by the Friedman and other impact defense cards you had on China. So again, high risk of China. On Russia, I thought this entire page was just kind of hard to resolve in anybody's favor either way. I thought like the Russia thing on the negative was really good and fun to watch and kind of awesome that you nearly pulled off a oil DA without really even introducing evidence. But there was just sort of like a lack of a link. Like you're kind of describing this link that's like the plan crashes oil prices, but I think the affirmative has arguments about why there'd be a floor because below a certain price, shale's not economical and OPEC could step in. It is true that their evidence talks about like tons of oil being in these tight formations that could potentially be released, but I think the way their evidence is written suggests that this isn't something that just gets like dumped on the market at once, but something that's like there's like a surge capacity to prevent a spike. So I didn't think that there was much offense but negative on the Russia page. On the economy DA, I thought on the uniqueness proper, the debate was like not particularly close because I thought your uniqueness evidence about the Fed's strategy for raising interest was newer and more recent and more detailed. But like Repco, I kind of thought that there was link uniqueness problems about price price spikes and regulations. And in general, I felt the China impact just felt more fleshed out and had a clear flashpoint as opposed to the just general economy impact.
Yeah.
What happened to the Middle East oil thing?
Yeah, that was
I just forgot.
It was like, you're like Middle East, this could be extinction. They didn't
They
say.
didn't. I just forgot. That's why I forgot.
Yeah, oh, I see.
They tricked me.
I thought the debate was 1 in the 1AR when she just read a ton of cards that just Ezra used in the 2AR to really pound home some good arguments, especially on China. I think they were way ahead on China at the end of the day. In terms of the disad and the comparison, I think your uniqueness problem is one of linked uniqueness in that there really isn't any specific, and your answer to cross X is, yeah, well, we really don't have something on, CCS being the trigger factor. So as a result, I don't think you get a whole lot of mileage on the link to the DA. And because of that, and the fact that they're way ahead on China, I think the China advantage outweighs. I have a little bit different take on Russia. I think, judging from the debate that I heard, and the spin that Ezra put on it, I think these McCarty cards and McClary cards, in terms of volatility being the issue as opposed to what the highest high is or what the lowest low is the factor that leads to the problem. And I don't get the neg ever making a specific indite on the volatility issue. I think the plan is a stabilization plan for pricing as opposed to anything else. And if there's no volatility, then Russia has no incentive to be aggressive if the price doesn't go above 70. And I don't see a link to them dropping the price below 40. So as a result, I don't see any net disad on Russia. So if the trigger of the AF to Russia is volatility, and if they stabilize volatility, then I think they gain the Russian advantage.
Okay.
And I want to just to tell Ellie and Lucy, when you get 14, debate just like Natalie does, because girls belong in debate.
So this Russia thing, I don't know. Like, it seems so clear to me that doesn't the plan have to lower oil prices? Isn't the point the price will get too high and we have to lower it?
Right.
Yeah, but your impact is based off a much lower collapse.
Yeah, it'll be $40. Okay, did you hear the part of the 2AC that said $50, 50 to 70? That's the relative ratio for
everyone's
Russia.
talking between 40 and 70.
No, but there's a part of the 2AC where Ezra says
Yeah.
50 and 70 is key to Russia. And I'm like, okay, great. And maybe I seized on this a little too much. But I was like, they said 50 is key to the Russian economy. I mean, I didn't read any cards on the oil dissad. One, because I didn't get to it. But two, because I thought they put the dissad together. At least in my head, I thought they were making all the parts of the oil dissad for me. So usually the parts are just you have a uniqueness arg that the prices are going to get higher. They made that. You have a threshold argument about how much the price of oil has to be to trigger the impact. The 2AC said that, $50. Then the 1AC reads this card that's we're in this really narrow band between 40 and 50. And the reason that it's capped at 50 is because of shale. And as soon as it gets up to around 45 or 50, the shale will come online and bring the price back down. And then they read an advantage that's shale is totally screwed. And we are the ones who enable shale to produce a bunch of oil. So what happened there? Why was I so wrong about that?
I wasn't sure that the app ever said that shale collapsed now decks oil prices. I thought the app's arg was always.
Isn't that so intuitive though?
Increases prices.
Whatever. I thought the app's arg was always that the EOR is key to flexible shale production and quick on and off to respond to volatility, not increase or decrease sustained capacity.
If we can,
which is the distinction that all of your app is.
I mean, their card says we could get billions of barrels of oil out of this, and even the 1AR card is it comes online.
Capacity because we can turn it on and off in a world of flexibility.
But why turn it off? The 1AR card is at 50 it becomes competitive.
Because we turn it off.
Okay, so
at 50 it becomes competitive, so as soon as it hits 50 you start pumping out the oil.
I gave you a little bit more of this than you understood, but okay. You certainly could push back on why would we ever turn it off.
Yeah,
it's almost as though the advantage is written as this mechanism to peg things so that Russia stays at this Goldilocks situation, but there's no reason that shale producers would give a crap about their Russia war impact. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? And so that was missing, and then the wanting R does evolve on parts of the disad that you're not talking about. You're kind of talking about the middle of the debate. The wanting R then says that like
resilient.
Yeah, oil might not be the key to the economy, and your evidence is okay on that, but their evidence pushes back on that. And you know, their evidence could be a lot better that the status quo will definitely get above the point where, you know, no, they set the threshold at like 70, so that their evidence could be a lot better that we'll get there. I mean, I imagine, put words in their mouth, they would say, you know, well, volatility is inevitable, all right? But any evidence could be better from the negative, or even the use of the affirmative evidence that suggests that we will cross to the point where your evidence is discussing, which is like Russia will just start going hog wild, okay? And so everyone's evidence on this is left a little bit more wanting, and you're forgetting that I think you got a little bit obsessed with what they gave you and then not running with it. Like, and the Middle East example is a perfect example of that. Like, your argument to me would be more persuasive if you started to read like, the middle of the debate, I obviously understood why you went for the Russia stuff that you went for in the 2-hour, but in the middle of the debate, you either need to get a greater ROI on the amount of time that you're spending on oil, or not spend as much time there.
And highlight the turns case aspect of the DA, because that gets you both advantages.
It was there, but it was like kind of disorganized. It was like kind of everywhere. It was like there's some at the top, some in the middle. It's just like if you just put it at the top, or like they didn't mention these 3 warrants, which means that didn't connect it to their internal link. Like I kind of read through all their stuff, but like
what if the middle of the debate just wasn't T and was more case, either China or oil?
Well, it certainly needs to be more China, no question.
I mean, if things are different, they'd be different.
Great year.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Scott.
Let me know if you want more, send you long ballots. I can do this.